Welcome to the Shadowverse Open. This is the Edge of Paradise Cup. We have missed you guys. We have an amazing show planned for you guys, including a card reveal later on. You guys definitely want to stick around. Joining me as always, we have Chris, Different Fight. How are you doing, my man?
That's right. I am joining as always, but not from the usual place. Just like how Edge of Paradise has taken us to a completely different, new direction and a very refreshing feel for the meta. I have also moved to the other edge of this planet, and I'm coming from Japan. Here it is almost 2 a.m., so it is middle of the night. So shout outs to the SVO boys that are still staying up and watching this because it's gonna be hype. It's gonna be hype. It's a new meta, a very good one at that, and I'm really hyped to get into things as usual today for the SVO. But of course, that's not the only thing that is new. It's not just the new meta, not just the new format. We also have a new guest joining us on the commentary desk today. Give it up for Momo Jelly. What's up?
Hi, I'm so happy to be here. Coming in from Amatsuchi from the new story from Edge of Paradise. Very excited to see the games today. See some good old Handless Blood, see some Sekka, see some of my favorite cards in action.
Yeah, it's great to have you back, Momo. I appreciate you. I know that you're a big Blood fan, so once we get into those Blood matchups, I definitely want to pick your brain and see what you have to say about those. It's going to be a great show today. We had day one Swiss yesterday, and today we have the top 8 players. In those 8 players, we have 2 huge veterans of the scene. Ishiro, who actually went undefeated in Swiss, as well as Temple Storm's Noir. Last SBO, we had Buttercup, a brand newcomer, winning the whole thing. But now we're going to see if the old guard, the best players that we have, Ishiro and Noir, can rise up again and take another SBO.
Yeah, it's gonna be hype. We have some new players in here as well that I'm excited to see. Some of the Manasurge fellas also made it into the top 8, so it's gonna be pretty exciting. And some of you got to see the action on Luis's stream as well, throughout day one. So some of the players that we're gonna be watching today, you've already seen them in action. You've seen how they play their decks. You've seen, what their strengths and weaknesses are. But it's gonna be exciting. The top 8 stage is always sort of that sort of combination of nerves, of preparation, and of course, of some great, glorious moments on stream as well. But before we get into that, I think it's time that we take a look at the format as usual. Momo, why don't you take us through, basically this whole experience of this weekend?
Yeah, no problem. So day one, depending on how many people register, we'll have a modified 5 to 7 rounds of Swiss, and if necessary, a top 16 playoffs to determine our top 8. The format for the games are rotation, 3 deck, 1 ban, best of 3 conquest, and that carries over into day 2 where it's still rotation, 3 deck, 1 ban, best of 3 conquest, but we take that top 8 and they play out a single elimination that we'll be watching here today.
Yeah, day 2 is always very exciting, but one loss and you are eliminated. Now, the players are going to be playing for some exciting prizes. As always, the SBO this year round, it's a bit different. Pricing is a bit better this time around. We have day 1 Swiss pricing, so you get a card pack for winning a round, which is super awesome, as well as the special emblem for the expansion and an all-star point for round 1, as well as playoff pricing if there is the playoff round. There's 1 card sleeve and another all-star point.
Yep, and of course that's just for day 1. We're not even talking about the top 8 day 2 pricing here. So let's take a look at that. As you can see, the top 8 all get 1 star all-star point for round 1 and an extra point for the actual champion that takes it all home. And then of course 1 expansion playmat, which is pretty exciting for me considering here in Japan, Shadowverse Evolve, the physical version of Shadowverse just came out. So I think people that are getting into that are definitely going to be pretty happy to see a exclusive playmat for Edge of Paradise. I want to see what kind of design this will have. And also 3 random physical promotional cards as well. But of course, I think the main feature, of course, of the SVO that a lot of people are playing for is the big prize money. So as you can see, just for making it to the top 8, you get $750. So everyone that's here gets to go home with at least $750, but you win 1 game, add another $500 to that, you get $1,250. You win past the top 4, get into finals, you're going home with at least $1,700, and of course the first place adds another 1.1k to that and goes home with 2,800 USD, and of course also gets the in-game expansion cup champion flair, as well as a special trophy that, I think some of you on Twitter will have seen the previous winners flexing. They look really, really nice, so that's also great, glory, a great thing to show off to your fellow players as well, right?
Yep, everyone plays for that clout.
That's right.
What better, sweeter prize?
On top of that, we also have the standings. This is the second SBO of the season. We've also had some other events. So let's take a look at the standings. You guys can see how things are shaping up. We have Buttercup, the winner of the previous SBO, as the #1 player. Osab in second, KSLBD. I actually saw KSLB doing a lot of work yesterday. I believe he was very, very close to making top 8 with a 5-2 record.
Yeah, I saw that he was just on the brink there, which is, a bit unfortunate when you're just that close to getting the top. But of course, lots of, easily recognizable names, and we're going to be adding more names to this list. I'm pretty sure Hishiro has already joined it with his 7 points from winning throughout yesterday. And of course, we also have quite a few players with 6 points joining today as well. So it's only going to be a question of seeing who succeeds throughout the top 8, to see who can match Buttercup with those 11 points. So it's going to be pretty hype. It's going to be very hype to see how things are going to go and how the standings are going to change between all the SVOs. But with that, of course, let's take a look at who's actually playing today and who is in this top 8. So, Momo, why don't you take the top half? I think this is a very stacked side of the bracket, isn't it?
Well, I think both sides are looking pretty strong, but yeah, here at the top in our first match of the day, we'll be seeing the undefeated from day 1, Tempo Storm's Hishiro against Mana Surge's Stoles. Following that, our second match of the quarterfinals will be Mana Surge's Charm versus Team Revelation's Yo. And Lewis, talk about the second half of the day.
Yeah, so in the bottom half of the bracket, we're going to have Kafo going up against Freezebomb. I've definitely seen Freezebomb around the scene quite a bit. As for Kafo, I don't know too much about this player, but I want to see what they can, show for us. And then we're going to have Amir Senpai against my favorite Shadowverse player, in my opinion, the best player we have in the West, Tempo Storm Noir. It's great to see him in the top 8 once again. And as I was saying earlier during the day, I want to see if either Noir or Hishiro, who are definitely the veterans, can they come up with a win today?
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the bracket, we could have a Tempo Storm Finals. Hishiro versus Noir is definitely on the table. No team kills until then. If Stoles and Charm both advance to the top 4, then that's going to be a team kill there. But at least then you have MS confirmed for finals, so it's not necessarily a bad thing from a team perspective. So yeah, it's a very stacked bracket. We also have some, fresh blood, some new players in here too. So I think it's going to be very exciting to see how it's going to develop, how the big names are going to perform. Hishiro undefeated so far. Can he continue that momentum? I think it'll be very exciting to see.
Yeah, a wonderful mix of both new and old faces.
Now, as far as
and
the
I bet
meta,
they're all happy to be there.
As far as the meta is concerned, we have this brand new expansion. Things are a little bit different. We definitely are going to see a bunch of Shadow and Swordcraft, but we have some Spice, some decks in there. There's definitely a good amount of Handler's Blood. I believe we have also at least 1 Wardhaven, 1 Buff Dragon, and 2 Second Force Crafts. We're definitely going to have a good variety of matches for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a lot of variety. Even the Shadow lists are quite different in how the deck has been evolving. And I think, we can take a look at some of the lists that are going to be seen today in our first matchup here between Stoles and Hishiro, and see what kind of classes they're actually bringing into this top 8 and what they actually made the day 1 run with. So you can see here Stoles, of course, both players matching on the Rune and the Shadow, and then differing on the Blood and the Forest. And look at those bands as well.
I'm glad that we get to see the blood, but I'm sad that my girl Suck has been banned out here. I love her. But she is strong. I can see why Stoles would want to ban him. And Hishiro banning out the Spell Boost rune.
Yeah, so I was talking to Den yesterday, about the lineups and how it goes, and the Spell Boost Shadow might be, and third deck might be the most popular lineup. So I think a lot of players are happy to just ban the third deck, knowing that they're confident in their Spell Boost and Shadow, matchups basically.
That's fair. That's definitely very fair, and especially, I'm surprised that Stoles didn't take out Hishiro's rune here as well. I think he's definitely quite happy that Spell Boost is quite viable and quite strong in the current format as well. So it's going to be interesting to see him pilot it as well. It's going to be quite rough here. So I think getting into this, let's take a look at an example of one of these players' lists. This is going to be Stolz's Flame and Glass Shadow. Now, I want to talk about this list a little bit because, Shadowcraft's been around in the meta since, basically since I started, since I joined the cast essentially for the SVO. It hasn't really stopped ever since. But it's, of course, changed a lot over time. We've had the Last Words focus, we've had the Evo focus, now we have this edition of Flame and Glass, which I kind of look at it as sort of like a microwave, where it's like you kind of just like put the Flame and Glass in there with a burial rite and just kind of like wait until the timer goes off, and like there you go, there's your 7 phase damage ready, just ready to go face, ready to win the game. And of course, Rulanai is a card that I still remember when this card was revealed. Igni was doing his card reviews for this set, and I was like, all right, let's see what Igni has to say. He did not believe in this card, and I was like, how? It's incredible. Like, what am I missing here?
Value.
Yeah, it's like Rulanai is amazing. Yeah, and that's in the end, the community was right. Igni was wrong. What can I say? Rulanai is an amazing card that carries the entire class, I would say, right?
Yeah, one thing
I
that
mean, he does carry the class, but he does help.
Yep.
One thing that I really like about the Shadow build, the way it's built right now, they have this neutral package for the 2-drops, in the Bell Ringer, the Conductor, and then the Tree of Gilneas we saw. Gilneas is just great, by the way, which gives you good control over the Burial Rite, the cards that have been destroyed, and what you can get back with Cause Great Arms. So really cool to see the Shadow decks evolve, if you will. Now let us take a look at Hishiro, one of the only Forest players. Hishiro brought Saka Forest, doing really well with it yesterday, going undefeated in Swiss. Saka Forest, as Chris was saying, kind of like Shadow, has been around for so long. There are some new additions, such as the new Noxious Elf. But I like that in this era of Saka Forest, they have access to a lot of heal, right? Like with Fairy Healer, you get so much burst heal, and then you still have the classic Saka and Arya pack.
Yeah, I mean,
so
second Arya.
Second Arya.
Yep. No, go ahead.
No, they're the pair who just hold hands, go together. WinCon, the engine, it's just all there, all so good. It'll be sad to see her. This is probably her last run unless they do something crazy next set, but she's had a good time.
Yeah, I mean, Seka and Arya both been around ever since their release, and I think for, at least for Seka, this is kind of like the last SVO, the last final chance to show off. But of course, I'm sure we will remember the super flashy lethals, the spell spam, the bounce spam, and all the glorious wins and pop-offs that have resulted from this card. Just like any good win con, rotation comes for you, and then you get relegated into unlimited, for the forthcoming future until you get a retrain. Until you get retrained in like a year or two, right?
I mean, at the same time, I remember all the no Arya on 4. Everyone in chat looking for the Arya, nobody can find her, and then sometimes the deck could just fall apart, right?
Absolutely.
Arya left.
Absolutely.
Forest games are our time.
Yeah, but the best players, they turn those awkward hands into wins somehow. I've seen Noir win some games after drawing some of the worst hands I've ever seen in my life. So.
Yeah. Things like the Phantom Bloom and Amatas have really helped the deck find other ways.
And here we go. First match of the day, we have Mana Surge's Stoles going up against Tempo Storm's Hishiro. Hishiro going to start us off with the Spellbush Rune going up against the Handless Blood.
Yeah, so I think for folks tuning in that, I'm sure we have some viewers that just come in, watch the SVOs. There's been quite a few developments since the last expansion, and Handless Blood has definitely been quite a big one, I want to say. This deck, if the draws are right, has an incredible pop-off. But
did you see?
I'm sure Ishiro has a lot of experience when, actually practicing against this deck too.
What an incredible turn 1 from Stoles. Dropping the Goblin. Has there ever been a bigger power play in the history of Shadowverse? Goblin on 1, so good.
Hey man, Goblin on 1 in Shadowverse Evolve it's pretty scary. That thing's gonna start swanging real soon.
Yeah, it's funny how we get all these new and exciting cards that do crazy things, and sometimes you just go back to basics and drop a Goblin or a Quick Blader on 1.
Yep. You just gotta stay true to your roots. But for Stoles here, I mean, the objective of this deck, I think if you look at the name, handless,
Yep.
it's pretty, it's written on the walls. But essentially, you need to just dunk your hand in order to actually proc the invocation effect, which, the mini is definitely gonna make that a little bit more difficult going forward. But we have, of course, Parasilis, who, invokes if you have 0 cards in hand, and then of course has a bunch of effects when she comes into play. But we're gonna see how Ishiro's gonna maneuver around that game plan that Stoles is presenting here.
Yeah, the earlier you can discard your hand, the earlier you can invoke the Parasiles, get that extra draw, extra damage, and then just play off the top of your deck. It's a dangerous game plan, but with the right top decks, such as when you draw a Leap after Parasiles, you could be very explosive. Now, for Hishiro, picking up that Kuon is absolutely key. You don't really need to draw Isabel early, you can pick her up later on. The earlier you have Kuon, the more smooth the game will flow, we'll say.
Throwing into one of the Parasilises is not too bad, of course, because 2 of them will get sent back to the deck, so at the very least that is okay.
Yeah, I actually think that having one early on in hand to discard is fine, because a lot of times you will discard your hand and then just be playing off the top. And 3 Parasilis invokes sometimes doesn't get you there. But having the 4th one in deck where you get when you discard the Parasilis is sometimes exactly what you need. You can see that Stoles already on turn 3 has discarded his entire hand and he's set up for success.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that's quite interesting is that neither of these players, and I mean quite a lot of our top 8, is not running Burn Dragon, which, according to the numbers, according to the statistics, is one of the most broad and most popular archetypes, if not the most broad archetypes in the SVO. And looking at SEAO last week, I mean, they had quite a lot of representation for Burn Dragon. So I was quite surprised to see how little of them actually converted, because the deck really is incredibly strong right now, even though it didn't get, a crazy amount of support, but, when the whole package is still there.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Dragon, but I'm also a big fan of the Parasilis invoke on 4. Getting in that solid work, getting the extra card draw. Now, once you have your Evo points, Parasilis can essentially guarantee that you can always discard your hand again. But in this situation, it's actually a little bit awkward as you can once again discard the hand. So you really want to just chain the Parasilis over and over and over again, but you're gonna have to miss one turn of it.
That is pretty unfortunate, because the whole strength of this deck, in my opinion, is that really aggressive early game that just kind of shakes things up a lot for quite a few matchups that are a lot more late game dependent. I mean, I was just talking about Burn on its own, but that deck, it takes a couple turns to buff up the deck, get the effects online, and Handless Blood, it can definitely pull the rug from under you with how aggressive it really can be, but it's important to not miss a beat when you play an aggro deck, right?
Look at Hishiro utilizing the Quadra Magica very early on. He doesn't need to get the creation, just needs the board clear. So I think it's a great understanding of how he's going to win this matchup, and the tools he needs to get there. I feel like those early blood boards are pretty scary, and the Chakra Wisdom would be a good answer later on. But now we see Stoles actually has to miss a 2nd turn in a row that he's not going to get the Parasilis invoke.
Oh, the Angel's Blessing. I met up with East earlier today, and we were talking about how just this card is so incredible for being effectively a 1 play point, heal 2, draw 2, like, hello.
It's a crazy Shadowverse card for sure. So not the greatest turns back-to-back from Stoles here. Feels like Hishiro's in a great spot to take this game. He's got the damage shield, he's been spell boosting, the Kuon, even picked up a 2nd Isabel, and a 3rd one for more Fusion. There's an Ice Storm. Like, I feel like Hishiro is good to go this game.
Yeah, like, that's the thing with Spell Boost right now, is that you have a lot of answers, you have really good ways to just build momentum, and Stoles was trying to build up momentum, but it essentially got taken away, and now Hishiro is just kind of, playing through what the deck wants to do, which is effectively leading him to the big win con here.
Yeah, and sometimes as an aggressive deck like Handless Blood, or even the Rally Sword, like, you set up this very, very scary board, and then it might get cleared, but then you can rebuild and, like, reset up that thread and get more damage, right? Where you're top decking cards from Parasilis and doing crazy stuff. But because Stoles was not able to invoke the Parasilisk in the mid game, once his initial board got cleared, he really has just had not anything else after.
I mean, look at this hand, right? Pretty
Versaclaw,
sad.
but there's the shield, so it doesn't even get the damage. Now he's gonna get Parasilisk's next turn, but at this point Hishiro's 17 health, turn 6, with a Kuon that's been boosted in hand. It might just be too little too late.
Yeah, this looks like Ishiro's game. Just, it's that one missed beat when you're playing this deck that already spells disaster, right? It's rough, but we can see the run back, and even then Stoles can run it back against the Shadow as well. But I guess it's still not over. It's all up to Ishiro now to see how he wants to continue to command the tempo of this game.
Yeah, and I think, when we have the Blood games, they're going to look one way or the other. Like, the Blood can discard the hand, get good top decks, and just dominate the entire game. But as you're saying, you miss a beat sometimes, and the decks that are going up against are so powerful, so strong, and they have the tools to clear boards. They have so much life gain tools, talking about how Forest has, so much heal. So, yeah, Hishiro could just sort of take it easy now and think of, like, what is the only thing that he could lose to? Just gonna set up another shield and keep Stole boosting.
I love the counter magic in this matchup because it's just like it's just like, oh, you want to invoke? I mean, yes, sure, but half the reason why what you're doing with that invoke is not really gonna do much.
Yeah, it's gonna completely negate the damage. He's still gonna get the card draw. The Room Server's Demon is a pretty good top deck as far as like pushing damage in the late game. But usually when you top deck Room Server's Demon, you're like, oh, I drew the card and I win, right? But Ishiro has so much health. That was a really good turn, though. These are the turns that we would like to see in the past.
Yeah, like, this is what we wanted to see earlier. So this is a good sign for Stoles, and I hope to see more of it.
But the Ice Storm
coming down
into the Kuon, yeah, it's going to be a full clear. He's got enough to play Creations after to just go right back to 20 HP. Make sure that there's nothing you could lose the next turn. And Ishiro's set up for a next turn win.
Yeah, yep, exactly. That's what you want to see, and now it's like, okay, you got 6 health. What can you do with it?
Yeah, again, like another Room Service Demon, like these would be great top decks if the mid game was more explosive, but Stoles, he wasn't able to fully discard the hand, and it's just too little too late at this point.
I mean, you get to clear. We also push out more spell boosts, and now 4 damage already on the board.
Quadra Magica, another Creations, that's going to be an easy game. Ishiro's going to take game number 1 here and continue his undefeated streak so far.
That is pretty scary. When Hishiro has just been, when undefeated, you think it's like, okay, it's a different day. He's not in the tournament mood just yet. It's the very first match of the day, but for Stoles, that was just those couple missed beats. This wasn't enough to push through.
Ishiro flexing with the flare, the emblem, the sleeves. This man has been to Worlds. He's got the check mark. He's definitely one of the best players we have in the English Shadowverse scene, and it's great to see him here in the top 8 after going undefeated on day 1.
Absolutely. Stoles sticking with the Handless Blood. I mean, I get it. It's a high roll deck. I feel like at this point, you just need to get a win with it, and then you're down to play the mirror. And if it doesn't go well, it might just be the end of the run.
Yeah, you gave it your best chance, right? Now, Hishiro is going to be keeping the Ruling Eye here. Ruling Eye is such a powerful card. We were talking about it at the start of the show. But the thing is, like, one Ruling Eye can single-handedly carry your entire mid-game Shadow.
Detestable.
It's crazy.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Like, it keeps recurring. You keep getting the spell back. Keep making more Rule Knights until eventually they just become clear everything that there is. So, the deck is... The deck is really good, the card is really good, and Flaming Glass pickup as well. I mean, it's pretty good.
Gonna get the Ruin Eye right back just to like build the shadows. Another card that I definitely want to highlight here for Ishiro is the Gillenese. Talking about the burst heal that these decks have access to. Gillenese can Evo, swing for 6, get 6 life back. It's actually a massive amount of life gain. And once again, Stoles, that turn 3 was, atrocious, right? Like, he wasn't able to play a single card.
It's a little lacking, that's for sure. And that's the problem with this deck. I mean, not already a problem, but it's the risk you're willing to take, right? Because Stoles made it all the way to day 2. You know, you can't just make it here through pure luck. But even then, it's looking a little rough right now.
Yeah, so he's gonna put extra Parasolius in the deck for more invokes, which is nice. You know, the bat is a 1 play point 2/3. Could get Storm later on potentially. But yeah, Stoll's not off to a fantastic start. And he sure already has the Scream Diffusion to keep spamming the Rule and Eye, as well as Burst Steal from Gillenese whenever he wants it.
Yeah, now at this point, Shiro just needs to put the parts together. You're seeing that, you know, it's been turn 4, no invokes is a little sad.
Yeah,
You're
and
seeing it like this.
like this is a great turn to just, I think you spend all your play points on Rule and Eye, like it's totally fine. You might want to call and just get another one back. Can opt to Bureau right the Flaming Glass just as she's there for the future. But gonna go for the Rule and Eye, you know, to make it even better.
100% Rule 9.
The Gillenese is an option, but I think you wait until he's gonna beat a full heal.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a very powerful card that can definitely turn the tides quite a bit. And I don't think, you know, for Stoles, I think you kind of read the room that there's been something clogging up that hand.
Like Hishiro does not have to overextend, and you know, as good as the Room Service Demon is, like it's an amazing card, great finisher. But then you have the situations where like you just literally cannot play the card. So how can you empty your hand if you just can't play the card? Oftentimes there's other cards that you can play to discard them, but he doesn't have any of those cards in hand, so that's going to be yet another turn where Stoles cannot empty his hand. It's going to delay his Parasolius invoke. And just like, okay, playing a Goblin turn 1, maybe greatest Shadowverse play of all time. Playing Goblin turn 5, ooh, that's a yikes.
Not so much. No longer the greatest.
Yeah, no.
All the mighty have fallen.
And Hishiro could just, again, like I was saying, literally one Rule and Eye can just take on the entire mid game. Yep, and one Rule and Eye is now 5 Rule and Eye. Use the Krampus, get that extra cycle. Even has Retracing the Past for extra heal later on.
As long as he stick, that's some good retracing. If you hit the high roll, back to full health.
Yeah, and like if that wasn't enough, he still has Gillenese in hand, which is at any second 6 burst heal.
Yep. Alright, well finally, Room Service is playable, but at what cost?
Yeah, at what cost exactly, right? Just unfortunate draws for Stoles here. You know, not really able to showcase the power of the Handless Blood, but in a way it kind of shows the, like, this is the deck, right? Going to draw Insane, discard your hand and top deck some crazy stuff, or have some of these hands. So he is able to finally empty his hand. Doesn't even clear the full board though. And now Hishiro down to 14. He can Gillenese back to 20 if that's what he wants this turn. You can just play more Rule and Eyes, right?
Yeah, I mean, just be safe.
Yeah, honestly, Gillenese just seems kind of clean. Like, you definitely want to get the 6 life gain at some point in this matchup, and like, there's a turn where he really has nothing to worry about. So I think this is the play for sure.
Yep, she barely survives as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. She even survives, so if you don't clear her, it's going to be another 6 life gain next turn.
Yep. Alright, both real nice push forward. Get a trace, get that cycle.
And the thing about the Rule now is that
Invasion works too.
When you have nothing to do with Shadow, like, you can always just keep spamming Rule now, right? Like, almost no drawback to it. Just get stronger and stronger. Look at the Shadow board.
That's true.
The first Parasolius invoke for Stoles. He does have the Leap, which is like by far the best top deck after you invoke the Parasolius. But at this point, you'd be like, oh, I give my Parasolius Storm, we go face for 7, GG. Except Hishiro's at 18 life.
That's not exactly where you want to be, but looks like there's no other choice. I mean,
I actually really like the Hishiro play here, because by setting the 11 attack Runa on the board, it's going to force Stoles to have to deal with it, right? Because if you don't answer that, you just lose the game. But he also has to deal with the Gillenese, because if you don't answer Gillenese, you also lose the game. So he's put Stoles in this very awkward situation where he might have to like Parasolius trade against one of these followers.
Yeah, and you don't want to do that. Like, of course, you're not going to let an 11 attack follower chill there either.
Right,
Time
but he's gonna have
use
to
that evo
waste
effect.
his 7 damage storm. As an aggro deck, you're like, I have to give up
Not
7
it.
damage to the face? That hurts.
So,
Not
we'll
it.
do this the hard way.
All right, evo to deal damage.
And then he has, yeah, well, he goes face for 7 and then
Oh,
the
okay.
Gilneas survives, so
That's 6 right back.
it kind of just mitigates that damage right back, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so with 7 play points, you know, Hishiro can hard play Flame in class if he wanted to. Skeleton Rider is an option as well.
Yeah, that's true. All right.
Wager your
Looks like the
Skeleton
Raider
Rider?
is gonna come down. All right,
That's
well,
pretty good. I mean, at this point, the Gilneas is not only 7 drain, but it's 7 damage, which is actually more than enough. And just like that, Ishiro's gonna take the set 2-0 against Stoles. And like I was saying, continue his undefeated streak for the Edge of Paradise Cup.
man, look at this guy. Currently 9-0. Or 8-0, I suppose.
Yeah.
I don't know his actual
8-0, 8-0.
games from yesterday. If he's fully like 2-0, 2-0, everything, this man is unstoppable right now. You know, I just gotta check the time. How many minutes was that best of 3? Like,
8-0
what?
and chillin'. I think that was very masterfully played from Hishiro, knowing the matchup of Handless Blood. That, as Lewis pointed out at some point, there are a lot of, mainly the handmaid or the demon, where if you don't have a target, then you can't discard it. You can't really use it. So it just gets stuck in hand, and I think Hishiro very well knows that about Handless Blood and had the read where he's just like, I'm just not gonna put followers on the board until I'm ready. I'm not gonna give you anything to target. I'm gonna keep that card in your hand while I just do my own thing, and give Handless Blood a bit of a struggle to actually become handless.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
Handless
I mean-
Blood has like this snowball effect where, like, if you discard your hand one turn, then it's very easy to discard it the next turn. But it also goes the other way, where if one turn you can't discard your hand, then it's hard to discard it the next turn, and you can't miss a beat against, you know, these top tier decks. So the Blood did not
Yeah.
look good there, but Hishiro played that super clean, very well done.
Yeah, that was really well played. All I can really say, like, it was well played. Unfortunate to see, you know, those couple turns of just not getting there, you know, when
Yeah.
you're playing Handless Blood, but unfortunately, that's just the risk you're willing to take when you're bringing that deck to an event like this.
Yeah.
But
It's a gamble to bring and a gamble to not ban, because if it pops off, you can't really stop it either. But
exactly.
very
exactly.
well played from Hishiro, and
Now,
gambles just didn't play out for Stoles.
our next match, we're gonna have Charm against Yo. You know, we've definitely seen Yo in the top 8 of the SVO quite a bit. Charm, I don't recognize too much, but I believe he's part of Mana Surge, and I actually got to see him quite a bit on stream yesterday, doing some work with the Rally Swordcraft.
Yep, I was just seeing that over there. I was like, hold on, that's not Charm over there. Hold on.
Well, like I said, KSLB was
Need just a
actually
moment.
super close. I believe he
Very
was
close.
5-2. So shouts to KSLB, another one of the SVO veterans. He had a good run, but just, it's tough, man. Like, every SVO, only 8 players can get to the top 8, and we have so many very, very talented players in this team.
Yep.
Yeah, like the amount of top players that, like, a lot of people would say deserve to make it to the tops is a lot more than 8. And you know, it's always this neck and neck, like, super close battle for who makes it, who doesn't make it. And you know, it's all about that consistency. Like we've said this last year as well. If you can be consistent, you can keep racking up the points, and that's pretty good. But then getting in here, we have Yo from Team Revelation versus Charm from Team Mana Surge. And as you can see, Charm is bringing something that we don't see too much, and is also the only other player to bring Sekka Force 2, whereas Yo has the more, let's say, tried and tested lineup. You know, the Sword, the Rune, the Shadow. But of course, Sword is going to be banned out here, as a lot of people really also don't want to deal with it, because again, huge pop-off, huge aggressive push that the deck can do. So some players just, they don't want it. They don't want to see it. It's all good.
Seka banned again.
Oh, no.
What is this? What is this? I'm here to see my daughter. She's been banned twice in a row. Ugh.
Yeah,
Well, we will get to see some sort on Charm's side at least, so that'll be fun to see. Get to see some smoking going on.
I guess in terms of the lineups, Charm has the most unique lineup of the entire day, right? Because he doesn't have Shadow or Spell Boost. So very, very unique, playing Haven and Forest and getting all the way to top 8. Very well done.
Yeah, not like other gamers.
Yeah, I respect that.
True gamer moment. I definitely respect it as well. And Ward Haven 2 is kind of like Buff, where it got like one good card of support, like 1-2, depending how you look at it. But it's enough. I mean, the deck has its top here. I believe it also had one top during SEO last week as well. So the deck has a lot of potential. It has the chance to make it to the top. But again, it's also a very curve-reliant deck. And it has a nasty pop-off. It has a nasty way to, get that early high roll and just, buff the board out of control. But, it's still very tempo-based. And if you don't draw the right things at the right time, it's going to get a little rough.
For sure. Definitely not like up there with like Shadow and Spell Boost in terms of popularity, but definitely a pocket pick for those who really love Haven and are hesitant to take it out of their lineups.
Yeah, and again, just to stress how hard it is for players to actually get here, like day one is so rough. I was in the Discord just looking at people chatting about the tournament, and somebody was like, hey, it's round 2. My opponent is Sai, who's like one of the best players. He like MVP of last year, been to Worlds. It's like, it's round 2 of the tournament. Now, let's take a look at Yo's Spellbush Runecraft deck list. We saw Hishiro play Spellbush Rune, did really well. It's all about the Kuon here, plus the Isabel combo. You can get OTK on 8 pretty reliably. And, it's classic Spell Boost. The Chakra Wizard is absolutely insane. That card is so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this deck, it is, a lot of people were quite happy to see Spell Boost come back as well, make that grand return. And of course, Quadra Magic, the whole Isabel package, I suppose, is also still a very big part of it. As we saw during round 1, being able to just secure that lethal with a 10 damage burst is very, very huge. And so Kuon just kind of helps to kind of give you that sort of connective tissue to get you to where you can land that lethal and otherwise, present enough of a threat with the Shikigamis in order to make sure that your opponents also slow down in their tracks.
Yeah, the set is very, or at least the meta is kind of nostalgic in that we've got like Shadow on top of the meta, Spell Boost in the meta, Sword with a 5 play point spell that enhances for 8 and summons a bunch of dudes. It's very reminiscent of other periods of Shadowverse history. And just the way some of the decks function right now, it's
For sure.
almost a warm fuzzy feeling.
Now, let us take a look at Charm's Ward Havencraft deck list. Again, Charm is the only Haven player that's here in the top 8, showing that Ward Haven can still be pretty solid. It's got the classic Wilbert, Holy Saver, just, always gonna put Haven on its back, right?
Yeah, I mean, this whole deck,
Yep.
you're basically looking at it, and you can see that the newest addition is just Pegasus Knight, right? Pegasus Knight is amazing, really, really good card, but the packages mostly stay the same because this deck was already really, really solid going through the last expansion too. And if you can get the Karmia high roll, it's pretty good. You have, your passive damage. You have your huge burst with Holy Saber, which is still something that a lot of decks cannot handle, especially some of the bigger bursts that Holy Saber can do. So I'm excited to see the deck perform. I'm glad that we can watch the game of it not being banned out, I hope. So it's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I feel like anytime I play against Warhaven, it's just like fingers crossed, don't have Holy Saber. Please don't have Holy Saber. Please, please, please.
Yeah,
but
you reach turn 8.
That goes both ways, where I've seen the Haven players where like everything looks good, and then turn 8 comes around and they don't have Holy Saber, and then they're like, oh, well, how do I close the game out?
Yeah. It's really rough. Like, if you don't have the burn damage every turn, you can't win by just putting up big units on board. Buff Dragon can do that pretty well too, and even they get answered. So it's not an easy road to maneuver, let's say.
But if Charm has made it this far, brought this, he has to have the experience, the know-how of this deck. When you bring a deck like this, my assumption is that this is one of your decks that you play all the time. This is one of your favorite decks. You know how it works. And one of the advantages is other people probably aren't practicing against it as much as they are the big decks like Spell Boost and Shadow. So if you're not really used to playing against Holy Saber, you might get caught off guard.
That's
But
right.
we're
But
starting with a sword mirror.
now, all right, let's get into it. We're starting off with a sword mirror of all things. And wait a
Oh, it
second.
looks like the
Ooh, the bands are
Haven was done.
different. Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
Are
well,
we gonna see Forest? Oh,
you can see a Sekka. You can watch a Sekka get played.
maybe. We are gonna see a Penguin Guardian get played. I love that Pen.
Yeah,
There's just something so good about Pen.
he's a good little pen. A good
Mhm.
little
Sometimes
helper.
a good big Pen, depending on
Oh,
your
true.
rally.
That is true. Ooh, for Charm, this is like going second in the mirror as well is pretty rough. Especially looking at Yo's hand, you got the turn 1 play, you got the turn 2 play, you can
Oh,
present a
another
Leod for a threat.
Pen.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Starting to look
Yeah,
up.
Yeah, Charm's hand was looking a little sus, but those 2 draws off of the turn 1, getting both the turn 1 play and an alternative turn 2 play, because Cat Admiral going second is one of your chances of getting some of your tempo back on that evolve. And getting his Musketeers as well, so I think we're getting a bit of a more even fight here. Like, yeah, you don't want to be second usually in the mirror matchup, but I think Charm has the tools to kind of buy back some tempo as the game progresses.
Yeah, and I think I'm glad that Charm is pausing to think here, because you got to think about what kind of options does Yo have on turn 3, because Leod will make your decision here a lot tougher as well, because you're gonna just commit, the Blade Rights. You're gonna have a bunch of 1/1s on the board. It's pretty easy to get answered there. So, you want to link it to a nice Cat Admiral turn.
I like
Reach
this.
Shield. Okay. I
Because being
like
able to
it too.
play both the
'Cause-
2-drops on 4 is gonna really help again with that tempo swing. And it
100%.
plays around a Leod on 3, as you mentioned.
There we go. So Leod still came down, unpunished, and now, ooh, this is a little rough
Couple
because
choices. But yeah, it looks like Monochrome is gonna be the pick.
I don't dislike that, but it's also
Yeah.
you gotta think. I mean, basically looking at this hand, right? We have turn 4 sorted, Cat Admiral plus Blade Rights. Turn 5 with the Musketeers popping out. Turn 6. This is now Monochrome being, put to the side, right?
Yeah. But we've got that Octress for later, potentially the victory later. There's some choices down the line for Charm. Red here going with the Hero Defense spell. One of the
Good
new
little
cards
push.
from Edge of Paradise. Getting some damage in.
Alright, this is the moment of truth here. Blade Rights, get the Evo in. The only annoying thing is that the wards are, holding Charm back from attacking into the actual pesky target. But
Yeah.
at this point, you got these two. You got Cat Admiral who can swing into a ward as well. The only problem is that Leon is going to keep chilling, and that takes out a couple of your units as well, which is a little bit annoying.
He does get
Ooh.
some board sticking around, but is it just the Musketeers? Do you just... Erica in hand, very juicy, very, very nice for Yo.
Yeah, and I wonder how the rally count is looking right now on Yo's side too, because if you can chain the Musketeers into the Invoke, then you get a pretty thick board that makes it harder to take out some of the more threatening attackers that come out of the Musketeer spell.
Yeah.
So
I think
let's
Yo's
see.
rally is sitting at 4 right now.
Yeah, not
Pen,
quite.
Great Shield,
enough.
Leod, and the 2/2. You bring it up to 6 with the Musketeer. Gonna heal a little bit with Athos. The flexibility of Musketeer's Vow is just so good. You want to go
Oh,
face,
yes.
you want to buff your board, you want to get a ward, you want to clear things. You have the options depending on your circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, like about earlier, it's just like Dragon Knights. All that flexibility is very much appreciated. But, I'm back to Charm here. What is going to be the answer? Is it just another Musketeers? Because nothing else really feels like it carries enough power on its own to answer this kind of tempo race that we're seeing here from Yosin.
One of the downsides here is like it's hard to answer the Armis Athos with your own Musketeers. Now, with the extra followers on the board, it's a bit of a tricky choice going with Armis and how do you pronounce? Just going for the trade. Yeah.
Okay. Prioritize. Trade. Horse and of course, Aramis.
Yeah.
Being able
Going
to
second.
give the buff.
Yeah. Being on that back foot, having to take some not so great feeling trades just to make sure that he's got those big followers off the board.
Yeah. Corpse Master not shining. Although that we don't have removal for the time being. But honestly, you already have enough removal in hand that you can still push some good damage. And so far, like Yo's game plan has been very much just owing to the fact that it's been this continuous chip. There's been no super big explosive turns that changed the tide of the game. It's been just continuously chipping away, bit by bit, damage by damage, that is bringing Yo closer and closer to victory here.
Yep, and once he has that clear line to the face, Erica can just come down and finish it out.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going to be changed, because right now the rally count isn't even high enough for the amulet. So at the moment, gotta get it up to there. Cat Admiral will do the job. Surprised it's being committed here though, because that is a nice way to make your Erica go for some crazy bursts as well. But, gotta do it. Let's take of the trade.
I will not back down.
Going with the Erica now.
Having fun yet?
We'll get to play the amulet.
I won't hold back. We haven't lost. How's this?
Alright, down to 6. Wow, that is... feels fast. Feels fast and feels a bit scary because not too many options, especially on 6 for Charm here to run through.
Yeah, he's got the monochrome to get some trades in here and play around the Killer Instinct. But still, that 6 to 20 doesn't feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a rough spot for Charm, no matter how you look at it. It's all a question of what the comeback can be, and just have one monochrome. I mean, you answer almost the entire board, but even leaving up one thing is already asking for disaster here.
Erica's definitely going to get traded out. We'll see if he values the value trade or clearing out the additional 1 damage. I'd assume that he wants to take out every point of damage he can. So yeah, trading 2/2s.
Yeah, I think this is what you have to do. Alright.
But a lot of words. So, ooh, another Musketeer's Vow.
Does not. Yeah, Course Master takes out the board. Does not lead to lethal, but we get closer bit by bit. Alright, it's another
Turn 7
Musketeers.
Musketeer's Vow never feels great, but when you feel pressured to like grab the heal, it's a rough spot for Charm, that's for sure.
Yeah. And it's been a very close match in between these two players, right? It's been very back and forth. I think, while Yo seemed to have a better opening, Charm came back very quickly with it too. So
yeah,
I think
it's a classic go first advantage here. The hands were both good on both sides, and I think players have been playing it out pretty well. It's just sometimes that go first card is the best card in the game.
it really is. It really is. Ooh, big heal coming in. We like that.
Yep. having to play the turn 7 Musketeers just to get that heal and ward out there. Like, you'd rather play it for 8 because there's just so much more value there, but you gotta do what you gotta do when it comes to clearing boards.
100%.
This one.
Oh,
And buffing
interesting.
up the Aramis by playing out the accelerated Blader.
Mm. Yeah, it's pretty smart. Gotta make use of all the possible plays you can have here. And now for Yo.
And that Killer Instinct is still on the board because Charm's been playing out followers through spells, which don't trigger it. So it both eats up a board space on Yo's side. But it also presents this like constant threat to Charm of like which follower he's going to play at what point to pop that.
Yeah, and if you don't take out the right stuff at the right time, it's gonna be over very quickly. Alright, we're gonna cycle first. I expect that into a quick blader, revealing the aggro side of this rally sword. Alright, tuck it to me. Coming on out, getting the evil point back. And of course making the free removal spell too. While it's at it. Leon with the Freevo. That's good, you get a bunch of trades here. Very good.
Move out! Annihilate them!
Yep, choosing not to attack with the Leon. I respect that. You want to have that damage ping at the ready. Especially when your point's down to 8.
Yeah, 8 does not feel very safe.
Because essentially, I mean, you got quick player Musketeers. I mean, once your opponent's down to 5, lethal is within sight. And looking at Charm's hand, it is a you got a bit of removal, and stealing abilities isn't really gonna do much here either. And double Erica, she could use some friends. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Come get some.
This is where that instinct is really making things a little awkward. More than a little awkward.
Move out! Annihilate them!
Well, aren't you something?
Alright, well, we got the removal. We get to stick a ward.
The Corpse Master killing the amulet makes it so the Corpse Master actually gets to stay around, giving Charm that little bit of ward.
Let's speed things up.
Alright, this is coming in with a nice big damage burst.
Slow. You're not getting away.
Alright, we are one off. One off from Yo taking the first game in the set. And it doesn't look like there's anything in Charm's hand that could bring this back for the time being, especially not from one single life.
I will not back down.
Playing it out, showing, hey, I've got these Ericas.
Yep. Alright. Octress. Ooh, copying the power up, okay.
We haven't lost yet.
Okay, power
Alright,
up
it's
those
gonna be a big
Ericas.
burst.
Heightened fear shall make you crave. How's
I'm
this?
assuming first.
Time to head
We're gonna
out.
get that fuse in, get the quick draw as well. Ooh, just big trades everywhere, no
I won't hold
face
back.
push.
Let us stand.
Yeah,
Double
unable
Killer
to
Instinct.
clear the whole
You've
thing.
proven your point.
Oh,
Just
what?
showing off what he had before bowing out of that rough sword mirror.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that. And for Yo, that was a pretty good start. I mean, honestly, looking at the very first hands even, you could kind of see that Yo had, just a pretty good start. And then, of course, Charm did get the bounce back to start off, but then feels like started to run out of gas a little bit while Yo was trying to just make that gap wider and wider and wider.
Yeah. Pen on 1, just a little bit stronger than Pen on 1 going second.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be right.
Alright, Charm running back the sword. Charm, I want you to take this because I want to see your other deck. Let's go.
That's right. I mean, hey, one of the Sekas is already in top 4. That's another
That's true.
1, maybe 2 chances you get to see it, right?
Possibly. Keeping the Magi and a story of the lifetime, pulling another Magi. Interesting hand. Interesting
Alright.
keeps. Kuon.
1 is very good. That being said,
There's
no
the boost
1 drop for
target.
Charm. That being said, we have 2 drops With Thor of three drops, going second again.
Complete.
Cat Emerald is something that would be nice to get picked up. Oh, speaking of 2 drops, got even more spoiled for choice.
Choosing the Gilnillies here, though. Makes sense. Spell boost kind of does all its damage more at once than chipping away at you, so the heal not as relevant.
Continue.
Yep.
But easily
of course,
cleared out.
Yeah, Rune does have easy clears, lots of board hate. Even if you're playing, you know, the original game where you're playing Evolve, Rune is always going to be there to disrupt your plays as much as possible. Alright. Golem is very nice. And then
Using
time
one
to
of those
get
cool ones, because
fusing.
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need that many cool ones, let's be real.
I mean, sometimes you do, but probably not right now.
Service.
Probably not. We get the Freevo. Alright, committing the Kakatsumi. Do we commit the Evo on? Yes, we do, okay. And I suppose also for our good friend. Here, there's not enough Evos to get the extra damage. Insight, very good. Arctic Chimera getting fused in. Another insight picked up. For Yo, this is pretty nice. I mean, you got hella spell boost. You got ways to start answering the board here. You're advancing towards your win con faster and faster and faster. It's starting to look pretty good.
Yeah, he's got full hand, lots of spell boosts, just doing the thing. My problem with spell boost as a player has always been having those 9 cards in your hand and having so many options that I'm like, oh, what's the most optimal thing to do here? And I just worry about optimizing so much that I run out of time and I hit the rope and I do none of the good things, which is always the worst option.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is why
always
a
the
lot
worst,
of
right?
practice is definitely needed on the deck so that you can just kind of not think so much and it's just happen after a point.
Yeah, like, you want to make it a goal where the moment the timer hits, you're already playing. Like, you are making plays as the timer goes off. Alright, counter magic here. A little spell shield for Yo. And for Charm, I mean, this would normally be a Musketeer's turn, and it's still a pretty good one, so I feel like you do go for it. But it's just that you don't really get much out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, I think. You do have other plays otherwise if you want to hold on to it and save it for the future, but it does look like Musketeers to me here.
Yeah. You kind of want to go, like, with your best options per turn on Sword, where other decks can afford to, like, kind of hold off a bit, save things for later. And sometimes Sword is in that position as well, but his other options, Charm's other options here just aren't as good, even if the Musketeers isn't doing as much as it could.
Alright, we're going to push the face damage. Pop the shield. Could be re-enabled again today.
So hard keeping up with the
Using this
Alright, there we go.
Evo. Just
This is
kind of
pretty
trying
tough.
to stick the biggest followers, I guess, while still popping the shield with his
Yeah.
Musketeers pick.
Need to go for it. Cool one is also counting down, getting closer and closer. I mean, Charm's really doing his best to keep up, right? Like, this is, you know, effort where effort's due, but we know that Yo is just getting closer and closer to that ticking time bomb.
It's interesting that Yo chose the Seraphic Blade over the Dawn Splendor in this matchup, where
Right.
Sword has quite a number of Storm followers that are pretty spooky, but I guess they are pretty big, so the slight mitigation of Dawn Splendor, it maybe doesn't outweigh the value of having another spell in the form of Seraphic Blade. And Sword does have a lot of small targets usually for it, so I can see the choice, see the
That's
reasoning.
right. Well, Counter magic. I swear to God, I did not jinx that, but it has been picked up once again.
Another
Not
one.
even good.
Just
Add
so
another
many.
one. Quadra
Well, there's a Quadra
magic.
magic in hand.
We're queuing it
Pretty
in.
spooky.
This is rough. Like, you have no damage reduction at this point. Your whole hand is just a burst of damage, and Erica with like a killing six behind her, which is sure it's not getting you anywhere right now. The best you can do, I guess, is just try to push with Erica here.
Yeah, it's
shall make you crave. I won't hold
been a
back.
rough
We have
time
it
here
lost
for
this.
Charm on this hand, and all that.
Do we fuse?
I mean, +1/+1 damage is nice. Draw is also nice.
Yeah, I mean, the cycle into what you want to see, but at this point,
I think it's one of those times where you might want to like, yeah, I like this, just like waiting until next turn, seeing what you draw next
Mhm.
turn, and whether you need an additional damage or draw more.
yep, 100%.
Elemental mastery.
One coming
There's
down.
one.
Out of my way.
Alright, there we go. One
Before true
self getting taken out, but we see this huge burst of damage here. We mow
Yeah,
down the board.
combo there, just so rough.
I think it's like Charm knew
Leave
that
a
was
board,
coming too.
clear board. Deal 10, heal 10.
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Now the tables have turned. So now it's up to Yo to find the finishing touches to close this one out. But can Charm still bounce back somehow before it's too late?
I mean, there's another. You can make another Quadra magic
Unbeaten.
in
Yeah.
hand, so
Ever glorious.
Harp should know that. He's seen the fuses. So going with the Blader, saying you have to get rid of this first, actually.
Yeah, Hero of the Hunt
Now
does
the
help a little bit.
can only be
Yeah,
one
you
victory.
push this in, you trade
There can
here,
only be one victory.
and you trade on this one too. Barely living.
Glorious victory.
Oh, there's still Quarterfinal in there, so
Yeah,
That's also good.
Little ward, little shields, holding on.
All vain glory.
but unfortunately,
Don't undermine
not for
There's
too
the
long.
enhanced Seraphic Blade just to clear out the Victorious Blader, which does buy Charm turn.
Sparks of blood shall soon fly.
We'll get the Evos. This is already 6 damage. Erica in
How
hand
much damage
2.
is this? Actually,
Wait
wait
a
a second.
We need that Evo count right now. So Erica can come down. You have
There's been 3
another.
manual ones. The Kage
Kage.
did 2. I don't think there's
I
been
will
any.
not back
Oh,
down.
we had the an Octress Evo as
Sparks
well.
of blood shall
Yeah,
soon
we did.
fly.
We haven't
Alright,
lost
Kage coming
yet.
down.
I won't hold back.
This looks like
We
damage
haven't
to
lost
me.
yet. Your power
This
is
does
mine.
look like
I've
damage.
waited for this moment. I've waited
Boom,
for this
boom,
moment.
and just like
One
that,
extra turn was all he needed.
Charm
Wow.
ties up the series. We had enough Evos to get that extra push. And we got 1-1. You can see Yo probably felt pretty comfortable in that matchup. I was like, okay, I got my Quadra Magics, I got my burst of damage, I got my cool ones ready to go, but Charm just waited for the right moment and just managed to close it out.
Yeah, that Victorious Blader just really shined, buying that extra turn, giving Charm the turn he needed to just push 20. You know, why not?
Yep. And
Out
like,
of nowhere.
it's pretty scary
Okay.
because we were, on turn 6, I was like, he's one play point away from actually preventing all this damage. Can't even get to that point, and just barely managed to. And would you look at that, Momo? It's your time to shine.
It's my time. It's my deck. It feels so familiar. Seeing the Blast Fairy, keeping the Amethyst is a choice. I would probably, but he draws an
Oh.
Arya anyway. So like anything I say here, like Amethyst is a good card. You want to have it. So this is a hand.
This is definitely a hand. Committing the Blast Fairy.
Yeah.
This is
I mean-
really good.
Blast Fairy is just a way to generate that fairy for your turn 2 Tree of Wonders, or to play into the Phantom Bloom. It's very, very useful little 1-drop, even at a 0-1 stat line.
Yeah, I mean it really does
Can't
a lot of work,
complain.
and like all the bouncing and generation and the damage you can do with it. is always going to be nice and appreciated, especially in these like more aggressive matchups, like Sword, I would say.
Mm-hmm. But Yo's got the Kuon in hand, has the Isabel in hand, is getting those spell boosts ready, getting those fuses happening. So both players doing their thing.
All right.
Going through these early turns. All these Tree of Wonders kind of not exactly. I mean, I'll draw more cards, but
They're not exactly.
clogs up the board as well.
Yeah. Clogs up the board, clogs up the hand. You know, having seen the Arya is appreciated, but she's not coming down for another couple turns, though.
As not great as it is, you probably still want to throw one down anyway.
Always down for later on. Yeah, this is looks like that's the choice. Hand is looking a little bit sus, so gotta just start cycling.
Another Amataz, but you probably don't need two when you only have the 2 Eva points and one's going to Arya already.
Is complete.
Yeah, exactly.
But Forest can generate ways of getting some free Evos, so. And sometimes you just need Amataz at X equals 20 to just clear a board, or X Forestcraft followers out of left play. Bounce.
That's good. We like that. Yeah, it feels like both players are quite evenly matched in this set as well. Like it's been very back and forth, but they're always both searching for lethal, searching for situations where they can pass and allow for the damage to just build up. Oh my god, all 3 of them.
Just gonna draw the same cards over and over. Gonna go all 3 Blast Fairy, all 3 Amataz, all 3 Tree of Wonders. He didn't shuffle his deck enough. He needs to go and like rifle through a little bit more.
We gotta go back. So we still turn away from Arya going active, which will help a lot in the little extra push or charm here.
It's a rough choice on to whether Charm wants to drop like the 3rd Tree of Wonders here, because it does just clog up board space. So yeah, choosing to just throw down an Amataz, he's got so many, makes sense.
You can afford that.
Yeah.
Right. Board full of wards.
Not wasting any of the fairies generated by the Tree of Wonders either. But he's also hoping... Well, he's gonna get the board space from the Tree of Wonders, so he's not gonna be board locked, at the very least.
That is true.
Always a consideration to make sometimes. Am I gonna board lock myself?
Yeah. Especially in this deck, it's quite easy to do with this kind of early game. So now Yo thinking about the Isabel target.
Gonna go with the bird, probably. Considering.
Yeah, I feel like, the board is good, but it's a very sort of applicable whenever type of effect. Alright, fusing.
And then fusing the one that was just fused max into the
Yeah,
second one.
You'll make
Yep.
a test subject.
Gonna put it down.
Nice.
Right.
Sorry, but this
Smelling a
ends here.
huge damage
I've got
burst
you
potential
now.
later down the line.
Rot and ravage.
Alright, here we go. It's Arya time, baby.
Yup, everyone's favorite. Every Forestcraft main praise to drawing Arya by the first Evo turn. I wonder about the tech pattern
Charm
here
even
because...
using the Arya leader. Really, I see it.
That's true.
I
That's
see
true.
it.
What if you're just gonna go like Wisp Fairy here, just to kind of like get that,
A plague
keep the stat line fresh.
You won't hold me
No,
back.
the
Trading
two
up
section
the
trading
Arya?
in.
Keeping the whisk for later.
It's very interesting. I mean,
I
it's
mean,
gonna
it
be an
makes
important combo part.
Yeah, it makes for a good combo with the Amataz, making sure that you have a good chunk of followers to bounce back.
That's right.
Also helps with like hand size control a little bit in terms of having something to toss out.
Hmm. Yeah, for Yo, this is. I mean, just kind of awkward timing, I suppose. Because it's a little bit like, you got all this removal, but you don't exactly want to be burning it on a bunch of fairies, right?
Yeah, but it's also spell boost. Like, Force isn't going to
That's
make
true.
anything too much bigger than these fairies, except for like the Amatas. And so long as you keep one source of removal for that Amatas, keeping it in mind, there shouldn't be too much worry, I think, in terms of using your resources on the fairies. Because really, you just want boosts. And sure,
That's true.
Kuan was the only thing in hand to boost previously. Now he's got a second one.
Yeah, Yo's really mulling it over here.
Yeah. He floated a play point last turn, and he's going to do it again.
Alright, well, if that's what it has to be. At this point, for Charm, it's again that kind of like, taking the opportunity by the horns and trying to make the most out of it.
So if Amatas comes down here, which it might not. He might not. This might not be the turn for him. The hand is already really full, so cards will be burned in the process. But the fairies will come back to hand first, so those can get fused into the off shelf. As a
There
fun
we
little
go.
addition to the Arya deck this set. It was previously not a big part of the second decks because there was just so many options, so many things you can put in the deck. But now that cards have rotated and the deck has changed a little bit, Noxious Elf coming in.
Yeah, the list is also becoming more and more defined as time goes on, as people explore this meta. But now, Orange is gonna pass on this wide board. I mean, we got 12 damage on this board right now. Cannot be ignored for sure.
But very easy for Yo to remove. Just deal 2 to everything. Also, 10 followers have not left. 10 Forestcraft followers have not yet left play for Charm, as that Amatas did not get its +3/+3.
You're right, yeah. Alright. Yep, deal some damage. Frost Golem, okay. Going to just to see what we get. I feel like you might as well take care of this board while you're at it. How would you say, like from the second player's perspective, what is the next, like the forecast for these next 2 turns in trying to actually close things out?
The forecast is draw cards. Play these Miracle Harvests and find Sekka.
Understandable.
Some damage has been pushed, but it will not stick if Quadra Magic is thrown out there. If he deals 10, heals 10, it all backslides from there.
Yep.
So it's a matter of closing the game out before he can heal it back. Which all depends on what's on top of his deck at this point.
Yep. Alright, gonna swing. Get the trade in. Still have 4 play points. Quadra Magic coming down at this timing. Very interesting. Alright, my hand continues to be full. Continues to push from Charm side, which is very impressive considering, game 1 definitely looked a little bit shaky. But then Charm managed to get a nice run back, very smooth in game 2. And now we're going into game 3 and he's still looking to, just kind of taking that result from the last game in stride, honestly.
Oh, those Phantom Blooms do push damage.
That is right.
But not quite enough yet.
Yeah, this is not quite there.
Thankfully,
Although it is close.
Element of Creation wasn't placed into the hand yet, so
Not yet. It's very, very soon.
Yeah.
Alright, you face. At this point, gotta choose what to
Noxious
end on
Elf.
here.
Draw. Healing not very relevant right now. So Fair Healer does serve as a bounce, but heal aspect of it not
Yep. Maybe next
too
time.
big. Drawing more cards, retracing the past in the deck.
I mean, that's pretty good. Get the cycle live already. Choosing to trade first.
Quit while you're ahead, loser.
Fuse that in time. Oh, playing it out.
And
Just
retracing
needed to-
too. Still managed to do it.
Counter magic burned.
Unfortunate. Get a bit of
The
healing in
Angel's
here.
Blessing able to get a little bit of healing and some draw.
Don't underestimate me.
Counter magic getting the elements of creation now, but is it too little too late? The counter magic also serving.
I think you gotta burn it here. Like, counter magic is your best bet to at least delay the inevitable, but it's also your only shot at surviving at this point too, knowing what is inside. on the
There's
hand.
Seka, that's
Ooh.
it. You just pop
Alright.
the shield with a fair. If it's at 20, but she's glowing, so she's at least at 10. Oh, it's at 19.
Almost there. There we go.
All
Bam,
right,
boom.
this is also a way of going about. Plenty of ways of going about lethal here, but yeah,
Yep.
this is extra lethal. It's my girl, right on
Yep.
time.
Pop the shield, and then Evo swinging for game here. Charm with a very impressive showing. You know, bit of a scary game one, but manages to take game two in a very convincing fashion. See Seka game three and just goes for it.
Yeah, that first Quadra Magic not generating the elements of creation, not being at that spell requirement yet, really had Yo on the back foot, not being able to get that heal in on time. And Seka, right on the dot.
Yeah, very well done by Charm, making that great comeback. Yo was off to an amazing start in the Sword Mirror match, but then he just couldn't close it out with the spell boost, you know? That game against Sword, he had back-to-back Elements of Creation, and it just was not closing out the game. Charm took the opportunity, closed it out. I'm glad we got to see a Seka Forest, and, you know, Seka top deck at the end was exactly what he needed.
Yeah, like that was just beautiful. Just the icing on the cake. You know, I feel like it was a bit of a back and forth, and we started to see like these lines going towards lethal, but the Seka just, you know, it was the nail in the coffin right there, and managed to find that lethal right there. So that makes it 2 of 2 Seka players that are advancing to top. So
Yeah, it does.
pretty good.
Ooh.
Yeah, the day has
Pretty
just
good.
begun. That was our second match. We still have the rest of top 8 for you guys today. And we also have a card reveal later on in the show, so you guys definitely want to stay tuned for that. We are going to go to a short break. Once we return, though, we'll have more Shadowverse action. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the Edge of Paradise Cup. We've had some great games so far. How are you feeling, Momo?
I'm feeling good. Very exciting games. I got to see Sunseca do her stuff, luckily. So,
Yeah,
I'm ready for some more.
we got to see the blood kind of just completely whiff. But on the other hand, Charmed with his impressive lineup, doing quite well with the second force. So we'll get to see more of that since Hishiro also advanced with Force Grab.
Yep. We'll be heading on to our third quarterfinals match, and that will be Capo versus Freeze Bomb. I'm excited to see what they're gonna be doing, what their bands are gonna be looking like, what the little details of their deck and how they pilot them. Very, very exciting stuff. I haven't seen too much of these players
Yeah, it was actually,
firsthand. Haven't seen how they play out their game, so
I was going to ask you if you knew
Curious.
about them, as you're very involved with the scene, you know, but oftentimes in Shadows Open, we have players that get to the top 8 and we've just like never heard of them before. I've definitely seen Freezebomb around, you know, in the Twitch chats
Yeah.
and the Discords, so it's great to see him here in the top 8. As for Kafo, he was doing really well yesterday, but I don't think I've seen him anywhere at all. Alright, this is going
Yeah.
to be our next match. We have third quarterfinal, Kafo going up against Freezebomb. Let's see what the players are bringing. Looks like the blood has been banned out, sadly.
sad. But we do get to see the buff dragon. Dragon's up, the one buff dragon in top 8.
Yeah, Dragon is really cool. You know, I'm a big Dragon fan, always have been. The buff archetype is one of those things that took a while, right? Cards were there a long time ago, but it's not till recent that it became like an actual legit deck. And we were actually talking about the stats early on in the day. And buff Dragon was actually like the most broad deck if we split the two shadow decks apart, basically, right? So it's kind of funny how it works out because a ton of people are bringing buff Dragon, but only one player actually got to the top 8 with it.
Whether it's luck or skill or the deck or what, just how things shook out, it's the only one. But Brutal Rowan, Brutal
That's still a combo,
Plus-
yeah.
Mr. Rowan, it doesn't matter what dragon deck it's in, if that comes down, you're not feeling great about it.
And in fact, let us take a look at Freezebomb's buff Dragoncraft deck list, see what he's working with. You know, we see the Tropical Mermaid, a pretty solid card. I like the one-off Dragon Oracle. I feel like buff Dragon players just kind of agreed. They're like, Oracle is too good to not play, but we only want to run it as a one-off. And then, you know, we still have the Drake, the Rockwell for some damage. And I'm a big fan of the Coral Shark. You get that early Hippocampus, it just wins games.
Yeah. A lot of power in this deck. The big followers are just so intimidating. Like when buff dragon pops off, it is so frightening to be the opponent and just like see these big followers and be like, well, either you have the answer or you don't, and if you don't, it just get rolled.
Yeah, most of the time in Shadowverse, you don't really win through like sustaining a board, but Buff Dragon is one of those decks that's capable of making boards that are so wide, so big, that they just cannot be answered, and you are able to win the game for that. On the other hand, we have Kafo who's playing Shadowcraft. You know, Shadow's been a staple of competitive Shadowverse for way too long at this point. And here we have this Evo Shadowcraft. You know, we still have the classic Sir Nuno Skeleton Rider combo, as well as some new additions in there as well. How do you feel about this one?
Yeah, so in comparison to the Flaming Glass, this is the, I think some people would argue maybe more consistent, because you're not totally like high rolling on tossing away that Flaming Glass, pushing 7, just kind of getting out your raiders, chipping them down, getting some followers on the board. Also, there's no Ruinai here, it looks like, unless I'm blind.
Yeah, no, I don't see a Ruinai. So Ruinai is such a like backbone of Shadowcraft. Kafo says he doesn't need it. You know, going heavy into just the Evo synergy, maxing out triple Susi. That invoke is super good. And then, I mean, Rider is just such a good finisher for the deck, right? You show up, you clear a follower, deal damage to everything. Cast Storm, it's just too good.
Yeah, his version of the Evolved Shadowcraft has a lot more burial right than some other versions, which have either more of a Last Words package or the Flaming Glass package. So it'll be nice to see how Kafo pilots his deck. And we get to see it first with the Pudding Leader. Good choice.
Here we go.
Good quality choice.
Gonna be our
leader right there.
Third match of the day. We have Freezebomb going up against Kafo. I do want to say, Momo, I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you appreciate the Penguin. I absolutely love that card.
We love Pen around these parts.
Yeah,
yes,
he's
we do.
Way too good.
Yeah, and I'm also loving how Kafo's jamming out. He's ready.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot
I don't
of
know what he's
of
listening
Den.
to.
You know, a lot of players
Yeah.
they get into the top 8, and it could be nerve-wracking. You know, you're playing for a lot of money, you know, on a big stage where a lot of people are watching, and a lot of players get nervous and they play worse. So, as a way to mitigate that, some players just get in the zone,
Let's get this party
jam out, you
started.
have a good time, have fun, and then you play well.
No, I don't often see the new card any stage Lost Forsaken
Yeah,
having to
not
do a little.
not too often, right? Gonna give you that
Yeah.
Undying Resentment, I believe, which is Undying Resolve. Interesting. We'll see how much value he can get out of it. You know, right now going wide with the 1/1s, putting up that pressure, clearing the 2/2. But a bunch of 1/1s, Leon gonna eat those for free, right?
Yeah, very easy for Leo to just clear out these early 1/1s.
This hand from
3 of that any stage.
yeah, his hand
You'll
is
see it.
actually so
One's gonna get played out.
legendary. Like most of the cards in his hand is
Bling.
full landed powers. His deck must be pretty expensive. Yeah.
Is he gonna play that out?
Just goes with the legendary,
It-
and you know, play the spell if he wants to close it out. The Leod is just so annoying. Like you don't have a good way to answer it, and it's going to wreck most of the followers.
Very interesting that he chose to put the spell on one of the skeletons that's just dying. Assuming that he's just using the spell to just get out the shadow at this point, rather than putting it on any stage where if you do that, she would gain last words necromancy 6, summon a copy of herself with, and then give it +2/0 and storm. So I guess he does not want that last words to trigger. He didn't want to use up 6 of his shadows on that last words effect, so he just wanted a shadow.
Yeah, like as much
For
as
that
you want
spell.
to get to 10 shadows spent so you get the Susi, I guess you also want to be careful about where those shadows are going. On the other hand, Freeze Bomb with the double Lieutenant going second, like, I mean, insane turn here. Such a power play.
Yeah, that's a lot of evolve.
Even committing an Evo to the face with the Leod, I like it. You know, he's definitely playing an aggressive deck, so spend the Evos aggressively.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh man, now we
I
have...
don't know how to play Kafo's deck.
Yeah,
I don't
this
know
is-
what the choice is.
This
here.
is just such an awkward situation where, like, if you had the Susi, then, like, you know, Cernuno Susi, and you get at least clear 2 fallers or something, but he doesn't have great targets, or be alright, or reanimate.
I mean,
So his...
he could any stage spell his any stage, trade it into the Leo because it gets Bane.
Yeah.
And then it would summon another one, so he could either clear out another follower or evolve face or something. That's a choice. It's kind of like Rule and I, but different.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to do something because this is just so much pressure. The Skeleton Rider, you know, would be amazing against this type of boards, but at 8 play points, it's just way too expensive right now. And if he's not able to get multiple Evos, it's just going to be too slow. We're going to start off with the Cernunos. Maybe just see if he can
Like
top
this.
deck into something better?
Yeah. I mean, he's now got La Candula, Purgatory Inn tossed out, which...
I mean, he could spend Necromancy on the Undead Stampede and at least, yeah, get the 2 zombies, right? So, many
Yeah.
shadows, able to clear extra. He does still get the reanimate, even if it's just a 2/2. But you have to clear the Leod, so the trades are actually kind of awkward.
Yeah, awkward turn,
Now,
for sure.
Albert is a card that I'm always happy to see, so I like the inclusion of it in Freezebomb's deck. You know, definitely not something that every sword deck is playing, but it has great finishing power. Although, might want to hold on to it for a little bit. So I wonder what he wants to do
Yeah.
this turn. Probably just work on the rally count. Kagamitsu, pretty good. You drop it down early in the mid game so he can come back later on to close the game out. Seems like a good option.
For a feast.
Today we
Is he just gonna Albert?
You stand
I
like
mean,
it.
it is a lot of damage. It's not game, but it is so much damage that I guess he's okay. He's definitely gonna be able to the face. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
7 to the face.
my
You know, we've seen that Capo has been struggling to answer these boards, so Freezebomb is gonna just put as much pressure as possible, cashing in that Albert damage right away.
This should do it.
Going face.
Okay,
Krampus
Krampus.
for some
Yeah,
draw.
it feels like this whole game, Kafu has just been kind of like trying to draw for something. His hand has had so many duplicates that even though he's got a big hand size, he doesn't have that many actual, choices. The Undyne Resolve is going to be pretty good here though, getting the Rush and the Bane. That's a great way to answer the Albert. And as you're saying, he's going to get the Necromancy effect as well, which is pretty good.
It makes me wonder what he was saving these shadows for, because it seemed like he was avoiding spending these shadows. He's ending this game with well, he did use it on Luna now. But
Yeah, I mean, now that he did use the shadows, he actually, for once, is able to stabilize the board. The problem is that now he only has 5 life to work with. Cat Admiral's
and
gonna give,
Kagemitsu.
yeah, a rally that is missing. Kagemitsu shows up, and because of the Lieutenants, he definitely has more than enough Evos. And that's gonna be game 1, going to Freeze Bomb. Very well played.
Yeah. Yeah, quick, aggressive sword games. I liked the Albert. We saw Pen in the hand,
Yeah.
at least.
What-
Showing up.
Doesn't even need to be played to win the game, right?
Yeah, sometimes you just need cheerleader cards.
Yeah.
And Pen's a great one.
And it's kind of crazy how it works for Sword, where usually you think of like, oh, Sword aggro deck, go first gaming, right? And like that's still true to a big degree, right? But on the other hand, we saw go second gaming, where on turn 4 going second, he had double Lieutenant, which gives him 2 free Evos, and that extra tempo definitely went a long way.
Yep. Kafo chilled out a little bit on his jam. He's still jamming, but like not as enthusiastically as he was at the start.
Yeah.
He has to temper it with a loss a little bit.
It is tough
And
because
here comes the buff dragon.
if he loses this one, he will be eliminated. This is a single elimination tournament at this point. Freeze Bomb, gonna see what we can do with the buff dragon. I think for buff dragon, early on, it's just about making sure that you hit your curve and that you're buffing your deck on the first 2 or 3 turns, right?
Yeah, for sure. You want to get those. You want to have. It's a fun. I don't know about fun, but a balance
It is
of
fun.
having having a balance of both cards to buff and cards that do the buffing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like you want to get to where your deck has +2 health as soon as possible, because that's like the break point where all your effects start to activate.
Yeah.
Like the difference between drawing a shark that's a 3/2 or a 3/3 is just absolutely insane. Dragoon, one of the best cards to buff in the deck, one of the only ones that can actually buff the attack. Opts just passed though. Gonna hold the one placement spell for the enhance, perhaps.
Stay in paradise on 2 again.
Yeah, Kafo just, taking it slow, not going for early board or anything like that. The Awakening is going to be enhanced, so the deck is now at +2 health, and he did get quite a bit of card draw to work with. Okay, I like the dog. He's also pretty cute.
Upon your soul.
Be alright, and the card draw, keep cycling through the hand, building those shadows.
I keep having to like figure out what his cards do.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cards that are, like compared to the regular shadow build that we're used to, but hey, he gets the Invoke, the hand, the Lakandula, Purgatory. Ooh, Tropical Mermaid, pretty good draw as well. Although, I mean, it's good enough, right? You have the Rush, it's still gonna buff the deck. I think he wants to hold the Dragoons for that Evo turn. So I like the idea of the Mermaid here. Like, he has so many cards that are great Evos, but like you can only Evo once a turn anyway, so I think it's okay if you don't get Evo value out of every single one of your followers.
Yeah, he's got a hand that just would do well going second and having those
Yes,
extra evos.
100%, yeah. Double Blessing and like 3 followers that you want to Evo. I wonder if, he might even just commit 1 Dragoon then, just knowing that he wants to Evo Dragoon in the mid game, but then after that, he'll just be playing from whatever he's drawing. Don't need to be too greedy with it, I suppose. It is only a 1/2, but I mean, against these 1/1s, it's okay, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, a 1/2 or bigger doesn't matter when there's a Bane follower
True.
out. So
Well, I thought he might have used the special week, to at least get the rush trade, but chose to save that, so. Another commander picked up from Kafo here. Turn 4, he does have the famous Nuno Susi combo, which is very, very powerful. I feel like that just seems like a pretty obvious play, but you might want to hold that for something else. And with the Call
yeah,
to
he
Great
doesn't
Arm,
have a Raider in hand to
yeah,
reduce.
that's
so
true.
That's probably a consideration there.
I guess it's not nearly as good as you can minus to the cost of the Raider, right?
Yeah.
It's still pretty good though, but you're gonna opt
Yes.
to. Okay, he's gonna go for Cistern. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so he wants to see what the draw is gonna be and then commit to this after. Because hey, he's actually super rewarded. But
Didn't trade first to get the extra reduction.
Yeah,
While
well,
leaving 1-1.
didn't get the correct
Over.
reanimate. That's actually super sad. You can actually see in his face too, like he was not happy with that. Misses the extra cost reduction, extra body, and now we do see that we're going to come out for freeze bomb. The mermaid, it's also a pretty good pickup as well. You know, it's a way to close the turn out if you want to spend those 3 play points there. But honestly, this 1-1 Bane is still putting in work against the followers that are going to have so much health. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's a kind of a tiny threat. Just
Yeah.
like,
Like it's
gotta get rid of this somehow.
It's only 1 damage, but I mean, eventually it could take any fate favorably. Yeah, the mermaid gonna come out, get the buff, and then drawing double Rowan. So that's gonna be the Rowan Dragon Nude, Brutal Dragon Nude combo. Sure.
Yeah. Annie Sage?
Yeah, I feel like
Alright.
Kafu's getting great use of the Annie Sage, you know, showing why like she can be a pretty solid card. If we do get use out of the shadows, spend the Necromancy. Perhaps looks to go just super aggressive here, Evo in the face, and finally does get some value out of the 1-1 dog.
I'm coming.
Actually, I don't really like this. You just go super aggro. You know, he has Skeleton Rider next turn. Might just be enough.
Yeah, the Spirit Invasion doesn't have enough Necromancy, but we'll see.
Well, there's double Blessing available for Freeze Bomb. You know, he might be burning some cards, but like, I think you want that healed
Little bit of
badly.
heal,
Yeah, after the
yeah.
turn you saw from Kafu, like, you'd assume that there's more damage coming, so I think we're going to see that. Gonna play the Mermaid
Making some hand
first.
space.
Yeah, exactly. And also get the additional buff too, right? Get the free
Yeah,
evil on
before you
top
draw
of
those
that.
cards out.
Once again, busted deck. For sure, Blessing is coming down, yeah. Ooh,
Yeah,
there's a
at
Drake.
least one. Are we gonna see 2?
I think it's okay, right? Like, burn a card to get the life, I think is worth it.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I guess if he holds
Like,
it, he could
Raider's
still
just so
play it next turn,
scary.
but I feel like
But that's only if he gets a next turn.
yeah, true. I feel like a Coral Shark would go a long way for him right now. Thinking about what he wants to do. You know, so many options with 9 cards in hand. And maybe he's not too familiar with Kafu's deck either, right? Like, you're expecting the more
Yeah.
standard Shadow Variation, and then you go up against something that's a little bit different, and you might just not know how to handle it.
Worship the primal flame.
Okay, Prime gets that good snipe, and Blazing Dragonoot looks like gonna be the way to end the turn. Yeah, he holds onto the Blessing, figures that he's going to live next turn. And to be fair, next turn he's gonna have Blessing and the Wind Sweep, or even more heal on top of that. But
This is just lethal.
yeah,
This is
that's
just
gonna
lethal.
be Skeleton Riders too much damage. Kafu tying it up, showing that, you know, his Evo Shadow deck does definitely work.
Yeah, it's pretty aggressive. Those Annie Sages, they're pretty spicy in terms of having an aggressive tool.
Yeah, he really
I like giving Storm to cards.
exactly, yeah, he really did end up getting such good value out of it. You know, holding the Necromancy, making sure he was using it at just the right time. Gonna tie up the set, and now we're going to a game 3. We saw Kafu had a
Yep,
pretty
yep.
interesting Shadow list. I wonder if his sword deck has any spice to it.
We'll see Kaguya leader. He's got very cultured leader choices, I would say.
Alright. And Freeze Bomb gonna just once again run it back with the buff dragon, drawing the 1 of Dragon Oracle, so surely he keeps that, right?
Yeah, if you run one of, I mean, maybe you keep it matchup dependently. Like maybe that's why you only have one. Maybe
Okay.
against Sword, where you know they're going to be going aggressive, you don't play Dragon Oracle. I don't know. I don't play Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, you know, like early Dragon Oracle is always like a little bit of a tempo loss, but it could be immediately mitigated by, you know, you have more players to work with. So we'll see. It's definitely a classic Dragon staple, and he's gonna toss it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's more about you want to ensure that in the early turns you are 100% buffing your deck, and if you're playing Dragon Oracle, you are not buffing your deck.
Yeah. And with the hand that he got, he has removal.
Yeah.
Any little guys that Kafu throws out, they're not sticking around very long.
Oh, see, this is what I was talking about. Draw Coral Shark and it's a 3-2. It just feels so bad. But I guess with the Drake spell, he can actually fix it up. So it's actually pretty good.
Victory is all that matters.
You see the Victorious Blader be axled. The rally started. Another Drake picked up. Actually, I feel like Freezebone's gonna be fine, yeah. Coral Shark is now insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like this early
That's-
on, the Hippocampus.
Yeah, it's turns like these that make me top left out of the ladder.
Yeah,
and
like,
take a little-
what do you
take a
do?
little
Drop
walk.
2-1, I guess. Could have been a Kagamitsu, but oh, it's just not doing anything.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, and Freezebone
Rough
even has
out
the
here.
mermaid with the 5 health, so you can get the card draw and keep the plays coming. Plus with the Prime Conflagration, he actually has ways to answer the ambush follower on top of that. But such an insane turn. Crazy opener for Freezebomb here, taking full advantage of the Coral Shark Hippocampus.
My heart is a guarded pearl.
Yeah, and the Cat Admiral can't even get over the 3-5 by herself.
No.
She's gonna need help.
And the
She
thing
has
is,
help,
if you don't
but-
answer the Hippocampus, he becomes a 7-7, right? So, like, you have to answer that follower. Now, he's going second, so Lieutenant, will probably get him the extra damage he's missing. Definitely at least working on the rally count. But even so, it's a double trade to only answer one follower. Bit of a yikes.
Yeah, doesn't feel great. That's for sure.
Yeah, and Freezebomb is going to have good follow-up. The Dragoon picked up an amazing follower if he wants to continue buffing the deck. Rowan, probably used for later.
Yeah, like who needs Dragon Oracle when you just do this?
Yeah, he's showing us, why he didn't need the Oracle at all. Like, his curve without Oracle was insane. Actually gonna go for the Rowan right now. Interesting. He's gonna get the Sphere. Wait, is he just going face with everything? Oh, that's actually just
Is
lethal.
that lethal?
Yeah, that's actually just lethal because extra 1 damage and everything means that he gets 4. And that is game. Wow.
Kafa with the little
Freezebomb.
golf claps. Yeah, because Freezebone, that was clean.
That was
That's
so
clean.
clean. Honestly, that Coral Shark just won the game.
Clean and nasty,
Yeah.
honestly.
He needs to wash his hands after that one. Wow. Insane.
Yeah.
Had so much damage with the Rowan.
Not bad. I sat down. I was over here like looking through my Evolve cards. And I was like, oh, nice, game 3 starting. And I look down, look up, oh, it's over already. Damn. The Rowan call there. I was like looking through everything, counting the times. I was like, wait a second. Wait, he's got it. He's actually got it.
It's just lethal.
Yeah, like if you
Beautiful.
tell me Sword and Dragon are fighting and the game is over on turn 4 or 5, I'd be like, oh, I guess Sword had an insane opener, right? But no, it was Dragon that's marked him down.
Incredible. That was pretty intense. I feel like some of the players in today's top 8 are really trying to, they got their watches and they're just like trying to like actually get the record for like a speed
Yeah.
run through the top 8.
Yeah, SVO any percent.
Yeah. They're trying to get that SPO 80% and all of it. It's crazy. Like some of these games are wild, to say the least.
Yeah, that was a great set for sure. I really enjoyed that. Freezebomb going to advance. Really,
And I
strong,
loved Kafo's decks.
really strong
Yeah.
start.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely. And of
strong
course,
start, fun decks, quick games. Couldn't ask for more, really.
yeah, but now for match number 4. Match number 4 is between one of your favorites, Luis.
No, he's
and it's
my
gonna be-
favorite. He's not one of the favorites. He's my favorite.
He's the
player.
favorite. Damn, he's the.
Yeah.
I'm
you
telling
couldn't say it
Dad.
just
I'm
like
telling
that.
Anya.
There's a lot of people
Man.
that I like adore and look up to in the Shadowverse community. Like for sure, amazing people in here. Like maybe I'm closer to people like Den, but I just respect Noir so much. He's just such a good player. He's accomplished so much. He's just got to be my favorite player, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely very well accomplished. We saw him at WGP very recently, but his opponent is going to be I'm Your Senpai. Let's take a look at what decks these players are bringing into the event with Noir on Rune, Shadow, and Blood, and Senpai on Sword, Rune, and Shadow. I almost said Royal. Evolve is getting to my head.
Yeah, it looks like the blood has not been banned out, so we're gonna see Handler's blood from Noir. So So I actually did get to watch one of Noir's matches yesterday from Swiss. I was the only match that he lost though, but he did end up with the 6-1 record. I saw the Blood just let him down, like we saw Blood, let down Stoles today. I want to see if he can bring it back though, because Blood is so scary. We haven't seen it at its full power today, but everybody that plays against it, like, they know it's a deck you have to fear.
Maybe Blood is like a pot of boiling water. If you watch it, it's never gonna get there. You just gotta avert your eyes for a second.
Let it go. Let it be.
And in fact, let us actually take a look at Noir's Handless Blood deck list to see what he's working with. Again, a couple players that are bringing this. It's just such a cool deck. Really relies about emptying your hand to invoke the Parasilis, who is so powerful. And if you follow that up with a Full Moon Leap, you get Storm, 7 damage to the face, 9 if you count the extra damage from the Parasilis. It's so powerful.
But it's really just, you gotta keep emphasizing the fact that, Parasilis needs to be proc, needs to be respected. Gotta keep emptying that hand. That is kind of the thing that we felt was lacking in game 1 of today's show, and I hope that, for Noir, things go a little bit better, and we can see that crazy pop-off, because, 3 out of 8 players are bringing this deck today, right? It's not here for no reason, so I want to see some pop-off. I want to see some of the Handless Blood pop-off, because I think it's about damn time.
I mean, it also means quick games for us. Get to run through it. We love these 5-turn, 6-turn games, really.
And I mean,
adding on to that any percent runs.
Talking about quick games, let us take a look at Amir Senpai's Rally Swordcraft. Historically, you think of Sword, you think of a pretty fast deck. No quick blader is needed because we have the Boyd, the Penguin, and then, all the Rally synergy. I'm a big fan of the new Octress, as well as Kagamitsu. I'm glad that he came back. He's definitely a fan favorite. Such a cool character.
Yeah, like, it's this sword build. Of course, we have like the more aggro-based Rally Sword. This is the more Evo-based Rally Sword, where you're looking at Kage. You're looking at a lot of the monochrome, a lot of the cards that give you the freevos, as I like to call them, and also build into the long-term game plan, giving you sustain, giving you actual OTKs essentially, as we saw the Kage OTK earlier on as well. So honestly, the sword is really good right now. I'm very happy to say that as a sword main, and Erica is also a huge part of that. So please don't leave us, because you are a very necessary win con. So necessary that she became unusable in one of the formats very recently.
Yeah, definitely a busted card. And then an interesting pick in his deck, Amir Senpai has 2 of Ding Dong, Bellringer Angel, hanging out in there.
I mean, that's true. I didn't pick up on that.
Yes, sometimes you're just looking for like random 2-drops to end your turn and spend your play points, and like, she's a pretty good 2-drop, right?
Yeah, card draw. Sometimes she evos gets all big.
Yeah. I mean, the little damage shield helps to prevent that aggro. Especially, I feel like if we run into this matchup, that might actually help to hold things down a little bit. So we'll have to see. But I'm excited. I hope to see Blood pop off in Noir's hands, but also, Senpai has a nice Rally Sword list. I do agree with a lot of the ratios, and I think in general, both these players went 6-1 yesterday. So if we just forget about the past and the titles and the glory for just a second, they had the same record yesterday, right? Anyone has the same fighting chance to make it to the top 4, right? And this is going to be the last of the people to make it to the top 4 too.
For sure. I don't know how much you guys have been enjoying the Uma Musume collab, but I'll bring that up later. You guys have a game to talk about. Catch ya after.
All right, so here we go for the 4th match of the day. We have Tempo Storm Noir going up against Amir Senpai. Noir going to start us off with the Spell Boost, while Senpai going with the Rally Swordcraft.
Yep. And going first too, so we definitely want to give that bumpkin in hand. Ooh, okay. I mean, we're going for
that's an opener.
Triple 1-drops. All right, I mean, yeah, I'll take it.
The Recruit is such a nice 1-drop because, like, you want to spend the play point and not waste it, and then he cycles himself, so it never feels like you wasted a card either.
Yeah, there are those instances where, especially like going first on that first Evo turn, you have just that one left over that you need to cash in somehow. So, gonna be pretty good.
I also have
Oh,
to
he's
give
actually gonna
a,
play that out first.
a huge shout out to the Nod leader. Side Games did
Oh,
such a
yes.
good job with her. Like, oh man, her design is just amazing.
For those that haven't seen it, wait till you see the evolve
Oh, it's
animation. I'm
so
so glad
good.
we're in the Nod POV here.
Yeah.
It's too good, too powerful.
Okay, so Noir actually opening both Isabel and Kuon, which is really good. One of the things that I want to highlight about the Spellboost deck is that you have all these followers that can be axled, so they just fit so well in the deck because, like, on one hand they're followers, so you can fuse them to Isabel to get the spells, and on the other hand you can axle them so they count as spells and you Spellboost the cards in your hand, right? So the new Spellboost deck just
Yep.
flows so well because of all the axle followers.
Yeah, and I think for anyone that wants to, learn how to pilot the deck, I think I mentioned this fairly often, I think, but, even as just a player, even if you're more on the casual side, watching these players play the same deck as you do on the grand stage teaches you so much. So, keep those eyes peeled. You want to be learning how to play Spell Boost? Watch Noir. You want to learn how to play Rally Sword a bit better? Or, optimize a little bit? Then watch I'm Your Senpai, right?
Yes, Senpai.
That's how we learn from the greatest.
He's taking his time here. It may seem like a pretty obvious turn, but he's really debating whether he wants to hold the Penguin or the extra rally. But I think playing and getting the Great Shield right away, spending all your play points is the way to go. And that said, like, spending the time to think about that, it's also pretty good. And we also see Noir just play the bird. It's usually, axles for 1, but it's actually a pretty solid body as a 2-drop.
Yep. We get a lot of card draw there. Of course, the Course Master are going to be converted into an Axel here as well. Get some more followers out into the board. And now, of course, the rally count is going up and up and up, which is also very good when you're I'm Your Senpai.
Yeah, keeping up that rally count, getting in that chip damage. But the bird is actually going to put in some work. It already took out 2 followers and trade against the 1/1, survive, and then clean up another follower. Noir definitely identifying, how much value that one little bird could get. Great play last turn. As for this turn, I guess it's some card draw maybe, some, axle some of these followers.
Yeah, not... I know we do have the Kuon here.
Yeah, at least you're always working towards Spell Boost in the Kuon, but surely you would also like to see the Chakram Wizard. That's going to be, huge in cleaning up the mid game against Sword.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you cannot let Sword get too out of hand, especially going first. With Musketeers already queued up, prepped for turn 5. It's all about not losing that momentum. Even if you're Noir, it's still an uphill battle.
Yeah, and Spell Push Rune is a tough deck to play, honestly. Like, you have to make a lot of difficult decisions. Like, for example, knowing when and what you should fuse into Isabel. It just, it's not always like a very clear answer, and it's a tough decision to make. You go with the Chimera, you actually just hard drop another bird. Very interesting. Like, I feel like most players would not have done that line, but when you look at the outcome, it's amazing.
Yeah, like specifically in this instance, it's really, really huge, and I think that's the right play. And as you said earlier, it's like fusing into Isabel. Every card in your hand is a piece, so it's like when you are fusing something away, you're also giving up a spell boost. You're also giving up something that is feeding into your general game plan too. So
yeah, exactly. And like the Quadra Magica requires that you play 8 differently named spells. So sometimes you can't afford to fuse because you need the different name of that spell.
Yup.
Now the Penguin is online here for Senpai if you want to get that. Very efficient, 1 play win 3/3. But it's a bit awkward because you don't want to just spend all your play points. And they might be looking at just like double Axel Victorious Blader. I mean, it's 4 rally count.
Oh, I don't know about that. Because like Axel Blader for the full cost is also really, really huge.
You're a fan of the 7-drop Victorious Blader?
Victory is all that matters.
Thing is, in this matchup, it's pretty risky to be honest. So what if he does catch this in? He's at what, rally 9? So that means actually that's huge. Yeah. So that means next turn he goes Musketeer.
And he gets the Invoke, right?
He gets the Invoke and he gets buffed. So you pass on a 5/5 ward. So I think this was the right play. Theoretically, the Penguin would have also gotten there because then it would be 8 here and then still reach 10 next turn.
Yeah, so just gonna cash out all the rally. And setting up for that, very powerful Musketeers. You know, aside from that, he might just be top decking. He's not handless sword, but he doesn't have a lot to work with. But we're gonna see on the first Evo turn, you know, how Noir wants to utilize that. Like Evoing on the Isabel might seem good, but the problem is that, like, you know, he hasn't gotten the fuse just yet. And while he did draw the Chakram Wizard, you know, because he just drew it, it's still very expensive at 5 play point.
Yeah, that's nowhere near usable just yet. So for Noir, take your time, buddy.
I mean,
Your
honestly,
time, make
he's
the
still
right
got
play.
2 birds to work with too. He get some nice trades. He's up to 18 HP, so it's still not looking too bad for Noir.
Yeah.
It's just like, you know, knowing Noir and the kind of player he is, he's probably thinking of, you know, the next turn ahead, right? Of like, okay, if there is the Musketeers on 5, like, how is he going to be able to handle that? Well, this turn just goes with the golems, get some card draw,
Well, aren't you something?
and gonna start the fuse one
Easy
Isabel
fuse.
into the other.
Easy fuse Quarter Magic. It's gonna be big for next turn as well. Although, if you are predicting the Musketeers, then they're gonna be statted a bit higher than what this is gonna hit in terms
Yeah, I mean,
of
this-
AoE damage, but
This has to be the Musketeers' turn, right? It's just so good.
yeah, like you also had the pass on, you know, just 2 units left. That way, you're gonna end the turn on 5. You get to trade in.
Yeah,
Do you go for? I'm thinking buff plus Storm here.
just cash in
Because,
some
you know, you
damage?
let- Yeah, D'Artagnan
mean-
plus Aramis.
You always take the Aramis, right? No matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
If
is
Storm
gonna go with Storm.
Equals true. Oh, look at that! Oh, so good.
Oh, so good. 10 out of 10.
Can never forget. I swear to God.
Yeah, so
I pulled her from like the first set of packs too. I was popping
honestly,
off,
same.
losing my mind.
Yeah, I'm really glad I did get the nod. But yeah, the Aram is gonna make the invoke, you know, even stronger, and then he gets the buff as well, right? So being able to get the turn 5
Mhm.
invoke just makes the Musketeers play so much stronger. Amidst the Evo as well, wants to cash in as much damage as possible.
No one gets past me.
I like this play from
I think the
Senpai.
Knight
No one gets
trades.
past
I
me.
think the Knight trades.
He's thinking about it.
Does he go face? No, he's going. It's just that you know the Quadra Magic's there,
Well, it does
so I
get,
guess like this still dodges it barely, right?
yeah, but
It's just like you already know the 1/1's gonna die, so I would have preferred to stay at it, you know, closer to full stats, right?
well, the other thing is that maybe Noir is not going to play Quarter Magica because he already fused
Right,
the
right,
other
right,
Isabel, right? And Quarter Magica is not going to give him creations, so although he definitely can use Quarter Magica for the clear, you're giving up the creation late game, which you need for the, I mean, OTK for one,
Actually
but also
winning.
just you need 10 heal to stay alive, right?
Yep. Especially in this situation.
I think the Chakram Wizard is, you know, so strong, but it is still a bit expensive. Is he willing to pay, you know, 3 or 2 play points for it? Also, you have to clear the Aramis no matter what.
You'll make a good test
Yeah,
subject.
that's a must.
You're gonna
This
go
is
with the
where, you
Isabel,
know,
with the Spell Boost, the Fate's Hand,
The 5/5 Course Master putting in work. What can I say?
the Young Mogi.
Young Mogi.
Okay, yeah, Secrets, basically free at this point.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's
That's
not
what you got.
bad. It's just like after this,
You have enough ways to trade.
he's literally gonna just have. I guess we'll see what card he gets from Mogi and in the future. Let's use the Quadra Magica. And Wizard, the clock is ticking, he's gotta go fast. So a lot of resources
Oh.
spent.
I've got you now.
Did he
To
do it in time?
survive. Like,
Better turn tail.
Okay, just
barely. Alright.
Yeah, but again,
Stuff Noir.
that is so many resources spent for Noir. He does stabilize the board, but at what cost? Now he has no Isabel, no Quadra Magica, no creations, already fused the other Isabel. It's basically gonna come down to like, how much can this one coup undo?
Alright, hold up. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I think we are not.
I mean,
This is
it's
not an
close.
Erica lethal. It's
But
close.
he's
It's close. it's
definitely
close.
getting there, yeah. He did draw a Course Master, so he should only have, you know, 1 left in the deck for the invoke. Like a Mitsu's there as well. I guess for
No, I think he's out of Course Master because he invoked, drew, and then he cashed one in on turn 3, right?
Oh, well, that's a bit unfortunate for Senpai
So-
then. Really gonna slow down his
Right.
aggression here. But I feel like he's still in a good spot. When instead of 11 life, you have Erika and Kagami in hand for damage. But I guess like if you don't want to commit those to the board, like what is the rest of his turn? Because Penguin is great, but he has to commit 6 play points, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Noir did just
Hold
spend
on.
so many resources that like you don't wanna let him get a chance to breathe and catch up and get the card draw going again. Want to keep up that pressure.
Rally. Okay, Kage coming down.
I've waited for this moment.
Free
Okay,
roll.
and then Penguin close Great Shield. Oh, clock is ticking. Senpai.
Oh, that looked like a rush decision a little bit.
And as we're saying, you're correct. He does not get another Course Master, so that's it. Now Noir does
Yeah.
have card draw to work with. And we see the Kuon has been boosted a decent amount for sure. And at this point, it is again going to just come down to like, can one Kuon win the game basically?
I think right now we're at rally 13 on Senpai's side, so next turn Erika Evo full effect is real.
Wait, he actually draws his third Isabel. That changes
huge.
everything. Because now he can.
Noir.
Honestly, on turn 6, it's just enough to play for turn 8 OTK with Erika. It's actually a really good draw if, that's the game plan he wants to go with.
You'll make a good test subject.
But he's not going to go for the, triple fusion, the Isabel. Doesn't really have the
Sorry, but
cards
this
for it.
ends here.
He's played out, got another Fate's Hand,
Okay.
and I guess play for just cool and Quarter Magica. He doesn't have to OTK, he can just, do 10, heal 10, clear the board, right?
Yeah. Alright, we got enough ways to clear, that's for sure.
But Quarter Magica is not at 8 differently named spells yet.
Yeah, I still have a little bit to go.
He wasn't able to axle the birds and play them as spells. Like, he did get so much value out of them, but, by playing them, he did miss out on the name.
Yeah,
With the Frost
exactly
Golem,
right.
Lesson is
Angel's Blessing.
really good, but he doesn't actually clear the board. That means that there's 4 damage left on the table if we count an Evo. Now
pretty
there's
sure that's
Erika,
game.
Cat Admiral, that's way too much damage.
Rally
Yeah.
15.
Senpai,
Boom.
he kept up that aggression. The Erika's coming out
I
with the
will
Cat
let you
Admiral
down.
and the Quick
Why?
Fighters.
Lost yet. Swear to my post.
That's
And
gonna
Cat
be
Admiral just for good measure.
game 1 going to Senpai. And look at him, he looks so excited.
Yeah, like you could. I love watching on your senpai's expressions as
Yeah.
you can see like the moment is like, wait, do I have it? Do I have it? Oh my god, I might have it. It's wonderful. Deep breaths. That's the first game down,
Yeah,
and
very well
especially
played.
against Noir, that is a big name to
Oh, I
win the
mean,
first game of the
I'd
set
argue
against.
it's the biggest name, so yeah, pretty good. And
It is
I think Noir
definitely
played
huge.
that well too. He was not greedy with his hand at all. Like the plays that he took were like he spent the resources to clear and draw, and like he was not like committed to like holding playing for a turn 8 or whatever OTK. Like he was just using the resources he had. But the sword aggression was just a little bit too much. That Musketeer's turn on
Yeah.
5 was just too strong ultimately, I think.
Ooh, and this looks like the complete opposite side of things. As Noir is now going to be playing the aggro deck. Double room service, maybe not. I think I'll go for room service a little bit later. I only just moved into this hotel. I just arrived here. Come on.
So it's interesting. Oftentimes when people lose, like you have to win with your deck anyway. So people oftentimes just queue into it again, try to like get it over with basically. Noah actually opted to switch here to the block draft, kind of get a better matchup. But we're gonna see how this goes. This, I mean, turn 1 to 2 is better than a turn 1 Goblin.
Yep. Counter magic though. Gonna be like,
Nope.
good effort.
Yep. Okay, we see a lot of 1-cost cards in Noir's hand. Let's see how quickly you can get rid of all of them. Now it's just the
Green
followers,
Goblin.
Scorpion and the Goblin. And it
So-
is absolutely huge that Senpai did open with the Kuon. So not gonna
Yeah.
have to worry about like, will he draw it later on? He's always gonna be working towards that win condition.
Not you, better turn tail.
Okay.
Mogi for 1?
Mog's champ.
Honestly, I kind of like it. Like, it's a good way to spend the turn. It does get rid of a follower, and he gets
It's
the
with
card
the
draw. on
Bane
top of
most
that.
importantly.
Yeah. Now, you know,
All
turn
right, well.
3. This is around the time when you can, you know, empty your hand fully on the right situation. You see Noir with the Heron of Desire. He's not quite there yet, you know, lacking some of the cards that help you discard your hand.
Yeah, it's looking like a turn 4.
I mean,
Turn 4
hopefully,
invoke.
like turn 4, no hand, you'd be okay. But any later than that, and it might just not be enough.
Yeah,
Tome for
100%.
2 is just not that great. But alternatively, it's just Razor Claw the face, I guess.
Yeah.
I feel like Senpai is
It's...
in a pretty good spot. He's got, you know, early clear, hasn't really taken any damage at all. He has Chakram Wizard, which is going to be, again, crucial in answering those mid-game boards. And he's got a bird for some more heal if he needs it.
Cool on Big Chillin' too.
Yeah.
And the bird can also be used to counteract the aggro too, which is, you know, we saw Noir do in
So
the first match.
He is going to go with the Tome, deciding whether he's going to play the spell or not. You know, playing it now, he's not going to get like good value out of it, but it is a card that he's getting rid of. And at least give the 1/1 Bane. It might not make a difference though, but it makes a difference in that he has one less card to worry about. Honestly, I wonder if Senpai would do the Noir play and actually just play the bird for 2. Because he could story and then just play bird as a 2-drop. Actually fully clears the board.
Oh, true, you're right. Yeah, that snowballs pretty hard too, because now Noir is not really gonna have many plays for next turn. So might as well start picking up steam
Like, Noir hasn't
on them, like...
pushed any damage, and he doesn't get the Parasolius Invoke next turn. So he's definitely, you know, going a bit slower than you'd like to as Handless Blood.
Yeah, it's like when you're playing against these top players, you gotta just watch out for the 1 or 2 spots where they give you that kind of like breathing room to take, to make something out of an opportunity. Because if you let it go, things are probably gonna go south. But this could be that one.
There's definitely a turn with so many different variations, different line of plays for Senpai. He doesn't go for the bird play, which would fully clear the board. Maybe he really values the bird for 1, as it is card draw. Okay, Goblin, Razor Claw, I guess maybe Evil the Face? Thinking about it. And honestly, with the right top decks, I mean, this is Handless Blood. Noir could still easily win this game. I mean, all he needs is like back-to-back Parasolius and some leaks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how
see if we can
unlikely is
keep
that? Yeah.
emptying his hand though.
And Isabel picked up, definitely a great draw. Like I was saying earlier on, you don't really need Isabel in your like first couple turns, but around the mid game is nice to see her. You can start using into her.
Masterpiece is complete.
Another coin picked up.
Yeah, I think for Senpai, like it's honestly not that scary. All he really has to do is make sure the board is clear and he's not taking any extra damage. And then, you know, the top decks, I mean, you can't really play around them. You just try and handle them as they come. Definitely want to cash out the bird for 1 play from here. Yep,
Very
good. Good inside that heals 2. And they can spend the Evo on the
Finest of them
Wizard. Again, no need to be greedy. Like, that Evo is still a clear and a spell for the full hand. And can start the Fusion as well. With 2 Chimeras. You know, Fusion 1 is definitely correct there. So it all comes down to this. Will Noir draw a leap, basically?
Let's see it.
Not quite.
Okay, first draw.
Nope.
Nope, no leap.
No.
Well, he still can push
He's
a
still empty.
little bit of damage. And use the Evo to clear. And then maybe next turn he draws a leap.
Yeah, at this point, any turn that he draws it with the Parasolius on board is gonna be game.
Yeah, he does get a tone buff to get an 8/8, which is like pretty powerful. Senpai definitely needs to clear that. I wonder how close he is to the Quadra Magica, because like, if he ever just casts that and like heals 10, I feel like that's pretty much a win condition. Might not even need like you know the coolant to follow it up basically.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So the Wizard could clear it, but again, very very expensive.
Yeah, like looking at it from Noir's perspective,
He's gonna fuse.
he's yeah, just
the Wizard. I think I'm okay with fusing the second Kuon. It's very unlikely he'll need it.
Yeah, I think so too. Chakram feels like it's gonna still put in quite a bit of work.
Yeah, I think so. Like, although he just drew it, like the original cost is 5. That's not. It's not so expensive that you can't play it. Blessing is interesting because right now it's not that good, but potentially it could be insane.
Yeah, although in this matchup, it's gonna be a little bit shaky.
Actually, gonna
Kuon,
just
you
go
cashed
for
in.
the Kuon.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, it's definitely, you know, not the full spell boost. Able to Kuon to just fully trade the board. And I think this just tells us that basically he's just playing for a Auto Magica win condition, right? Like he fuses the second Kuon, and then just use the first one. And I think this is honestly okay. Understanding the matchup, knowing that if he can play a spell that says I gain 10 life, that's enough to win the game, really.
That's all you want.
Will there be a leap here for Noir? Leap? No leap.
come
Cross
on.
the room service demon in the wrong order too? The contract?
Still got a shot.
No
Oh
leap.
my god.
Oh, he saw so many cards.
Wow, you go through this much and still can't find it. That's
A bit unfortunate. Endless Blood not really, you know, not having the best showing today, we'll say. And at least
Yeah.
end the turn with Tome into band, which is it's damage. And damage is good.
Welcome home.
Because I believe he still has one more Paralysis in the deck, meaning that technically next turn he could still Paralysis leap win the game. And because Senpai's only at 7 play points, it's not enough for him to go Quarter Magic into creations in the same turn. So Noir knows that there's at least one more turn where Senpai's not going to heal the 10 life.
yeah. Still safe. This ain't pre-nerf.
It's all going to come down to next draw for Noir, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Although, you know, I'm your senpai down to 6 life. It's not exactly chilling and swimming.
I feel like he's also been
Got it.
playing this game well, you know, understanding his win condition. Again, not being overly attached to the very specific OTK combo. Just doing a good job of clearing, getting some life back. And now, how
That's
does he
usually
wanna...
who the best players are too, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, if you can get out of that sort of tunnel vision of what the gimmick of your deck is, and just apply yourself to every situation you get put in,
Right, like
usually how you end
anybody
up in
can
these
like
seats.
learn like, oh, I played these 3 cards and I do 20 damage in turn 8. But you know, the best players can like figure out like when that's not their right line of play and when, you know, something else is better. He does get to 8 differently named spells for Quarter Magica, which is just enough for the creations. But again, you can't play this turn off the next turn
Still,
play.
will you?
Very good. Okay, looking at the fuse targets, we're gonna take one.
I think he might just use sorcery to fully clear the board. Because,
You have
well,
to.
I guess he's got another Quarter Magica. That's
Or
a bad
that,
idea, that's
or
better.
that.
Okay, so it comes down to this. Will Noir draw a leap, basically?
Alright, well,
Wait, he drew Werewolf. That's it.
Not quite.
there we go.
No leap needed. One Werewolf in hand. Everybody gets stormed. Somehow, some way, Noir laughing.
He's
ties on
popping
his
off.
set. That game was looking real rough for him. But hey, Endless Blood playing off the top decks, the correct card.
Yeah, I mean, feels like playing this deck is so stressful, especially in these kind of like high tension situations with big prizes on the line. Because you are putting so much on the line for a deck that, you know, either goes absolutely crazy or, you know, like smacks like a wet noodle.
Yeah, and you know, Senpai knows he was right there. Next turn, he had creations. Again, that 10 life is just so much. And now we're going to a third and final match.
Ignorance will
And
be
it's gonna
swept
be a
away.
spell boost mirror
Idiot
match.
small fry.
Yup, so this is gonna be the one running it down. So both players have OTKs ready. Not exactly like sword or dragon, where it's kind of just like doing chip damage over and over again.
Yeah,
This one is
so
gonna be in it for the long haul.
the first thing, most important, is that, you know, will they draw Kuon, right? Like, you gotta draw your Kuon at some point. Next to that, counter magic is absolutely key in the mirror match.
You wish to play?
Because the
Oh,
damage
yes.
shield can
Very well.
completely stop the Kuon damage and essentially save you from the OTK. Now, Senpai is the first to pick up the Kuon, actually doing so really, really early, but it's Noir that has the counter magic forfeit.
Well, Double the kind of magics. To Senpai's none, still none.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting match because in the past we've seen spell boost against other like board-based decks where they're like doing a bunch of like, oh, I must clear. But now like the rune is not going to present any board whatsoever, right? So essentially both free to just spell boost and card draw as much as they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, you know, just sitting next to each other and just clicking away at this point.
Yeah. And yeah.
Cross goal.
Oh, that is... Noir definitely, you know, could see in his
Pretty
face
huge.
relief, yeah. Drawing the Kuon means that, like, he's got a chance, basically.
Yeah.
And now, I guess the next thing after the Kuon and Counter Magic is Isabel, right? You also need to pick up your Isabel for the Creations Sorcery for the OTK.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna start the Fusion right away for Senpai. Yeah, it's gonna be just a lot of spells being played, a lot of cards being drawn here. And then very explosive late game, essentially.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's been kind of like the theme of these rune mirrors for quite a while at this point.
Yep. Okay, gets an inside.
Inside finally comes up.
Still pretty good. I mean, it's no bird, but I guess insight's alright. I think in a matchup like this, like, the Chakra Wizard might not end up doing anything. It might be good target to fuse. Because again, like, you're not going to need to clear board. So...
Yeah, like,
well,
you know, most of...
I guess it is still double spell boost, right? Like, you could trade a spell boost or an evil point for double spell boost, and I guess that's worth it.
Well,
Okay, interesting, goes
let's
for
see if it is.
double fuse to make sure he doesn't overdraw. Actually, really smart there. Picks up yet another inside. We're gonna keep going with the golems.
Hurricane.
Pretty good engine for the card draw.
Yeah. That's kind of what this list has become, right? It's just a bunch
Basically.
of whole lot of hard draw that you normally wouldn't see as much of.
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier, it's like a bunch of followers that can be fused into Isabel, but they also have Axel that lets them be used for spell boost and card draw. Third counter magic. That's...
All three of them.
Yeah, I wonder
All
how he's
three of
gonna
them.
choose to use those, because oftentimes it might be like, okay, you play counter magic and you get a shield, and now your opponent has to spend some sort of resource to break that shield, and then try not to get you the following turn. But if he could just be like, okay, I get another shield, and like, you just keep delaying your opponent, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like this, you know, almost this kind of like chicken game where it's like, you know, you're just kind of waiting for one person to pass up. But at the same time, the person to start shielding up first might also be the one that's most in danger.
Well,
If Senpai can respond with them in kind.
I mean, Senpai doesn't have a single counter magic right now, but Noir doesn't have a single Isabel, so their hands are kind of like a little different in that sense.
I'm on a different
Yeah,
planet.
Go for the Isabel, Evo, that's a Fate's hand. I think he really wants to draw into counter magic, because again, it is absolutely crucial in this matchup.
Ooh, still not finding it.
9 cards in hand is kind of risky, as you don't want to potentially top deck that and then burn it, because that would hurt a lot.
Alright, insight.
But by
Alright,
and then with the
down to
Chimera, yeah, he makes sure that he's not going to overdraw for next turn.
Still not finding it though.
Yeah, Noir's hand's actually super awkward. It's on one hand, like it's good. You're like, oh, you have your counter magic, you have your Kuon, but on the other hand, it's like, well, that's it. He's got nothing else.
Yeah, exactly.
The Goddess is not great. Graphic Blade or the Dawn Splendor not particularly good here. Maybe he wants to
Yeah,
commit the Wizard just to clear Isabel. I don't know if he really cares about doing the Isabel up. Like, how does he spend play points?
Alright, well, give me that selection. How does the rebirth?
And he could do
Just
counter magic and Wizard. I mean, it's not ideal. This is like where you definitely want to be just drawing more cards. Maybe fuse it into your own Isabel, but he just has not seen Isabel at all.
Oh, there it is. Counter magic.
Hold me back.
Has been
So
thrown.
he's got that shield, and he is going to spend the evil point for the spell boost. I think this is correct because he's going second. He has the extra evil point anyway. And with double Kuon,
Yeah.
he might actually just be looking for a double Kuon play.
Yeah, I mean, that's still really, really strong. You get board wipe, you get damage, and a bunch of threats on board that are hard to answer.
And we're gonna see how Senpai tries to break the shield. It's actually super difficult for Rune to break the shield, because like you're never gonna have a follower that sticks on the board. It's realistically not gonna happen. So you need something more specific, like Magic Missile, for example, because the sorcery breaks the shield for 1 play point, but it's such a key card that like that's not how you want to be breaking the shield.
Anything small enough, anything that's like irrelevant enough just to pop the shield is all they need.
Yeah, but it's not like Blood where like all their spells do random phase damage, you know, like Rune just doesn't really have that. But Senpai does have the first Elements of Creation, and he also did draw his own counter magic. So it still feels like Senpai's in a slightly better spot for sure.
Yeah, because I think especially this, you know, this spot for Senpai is only really the, like, they're still very much in that kind of warm-up phase of the deck.
Well, warm up, but like 2 turns from now, Senpai has lethal potentially, you know, so
Yeah, that's what I mean.
he's gonna use the sorcery to
We
break
are
the
getting
shield. I feel like Noir's okay with that because I mean he just has more, but he's not drawing the card draw. You could just see it in the camera. Noir.
He doesn't like it.
Where's the card draw? He's melting into the chair.
Uh-oh. Noir, no. Come back to us. Don't get possessed.
He just like, there's so many cards that draw cards, cycle in spell boost. These are not it.
If anything, he is specifically drawing everything that does not.
Yeah. Now, his shield was broken, but there is no threat of a turn 7 OTK, right? So, I wonder if he's even gonna play counter magic this turn, or just potentially hold it for the following turn.
It's okay, Noir. I promise. Next card.
Next card is an inside.
Trust.
Oh, how does he maneuver this matchup with such an awkward hand?
Yeah. You don't want to just start slamming down cool ones either. Like,
yeah.
As cool as it is
cool,
not
but
gonna take you anywhere.
Yeah. You know, looking at Senpai, I feel like he's also pretty nervous. But he must be just curious of what Noir's hand is, because the plays have not been particularly great. You do see another counter magic be spent, and as you can see, there is no way for Senpai to like cleanly break the shield.
And that's the problem.
Like, what is his hand at this point? Like, okay, what does he do? Because play a bunch of wizards for spell boost, I guess. Blessing is not great. He's got a ton of card draw that Noir wishes he had, but what's he gonna do with it? Maybe he'll play his own counter magic just to like develop the shield for 2 play points.
I think at this point, might as well wait for Noir to play the third one.
Wow, wait, he actually just goes for Kuon?
Okay, well.
I mean, that's a way to break the shield. But then what is the follow-up?
Yeah, that's... I mean, alright.
I mean, to be fair,
you got that much. That
Noir hasn't used a single thing to his spell, right? So...
Is this where you just cash in 10 damage? Like, I don't know.
If he has nothing else to do this turn and he knows that Noir doesn't have the heal of his own, and unironically, maybe you just cash in 10 damage.
That might be it. Oh, that might be it.
Yeah,
he's gonna go for it, okay?
He's got 6 play points to spend. So, Senpai kind of just going all in, doesn't want to wait and give Noir time to figure out a way to win this game. And then even commit the Evo to the Noble Shigami. He's going all in on this play.
I like it.
And you could see it. He's like, hope it's good enough.
Yeah. Noir just like, alright. I see. I see.
I wonder how spell boosted his one is. Is it a 15? It might not be a 15. And like, now... I mean, if it's not Kuon, how does he clear the board? He doesn't.
Yeah, he just straight up doesn't.
Yeah, so I guess for Noir's sake, we better hope this is a 15 boosted Kuon. But I don't know that it is, because he just has not been playing that many spells, because he hasn't had that cycle, that card draw.
Yeah, exactly. I don't reckon that it is. Yeah.
Okay, just
gonna go to Arctic Chimera.
Play the Chimera, yeah, it's a body.
I mean, I get to push a bunch of damage, but Like, ugh, does not feel good whatsoever.
Well,
Like a
I mean, he doesn't clear the 10-10. Senpai is going
Yup.
to take the set 2-1 over Noir. Noir gives him a respectful clap. Senpai is going to advance. Very well done. I like his play. Just cashing in his resources. Not waiting, again, for that specific OTK, but just saying, like, I represent this board and you
Alright.
have to answer it. And if you cannot, I will win the set.
Yeah, like he just looked, kind of read the context clues, you know?
Yes,
just kind of
exactly.
looked around, saw that clearly Noir is not finding the Isabels, is not finding the fusions, is not finding the card draw. And I'm just like, alright, we're going in. If you have the answer, so be it, right? He still had more plays to make after that. But if that's what gets him the win, then that's what gets him the win.
Yeah, that was really grindy, Mirror. Wow. Feels not great on Noir's side with that hand, but that's just card games sometimes. Sometimes you just
I mean,
lose to the
even on
draw.
the blood game, like, I don't know how Noir won that because, like, the entire mid game was
Yeah.
less than ideal. He somehow finds the right top deck, but then for the rune
Get some
deck,
werewolves.
he just could not draw any card draw or cycle. Bit of a tough game for Noir, but Amir Senpai is going to advance to the top 4. We are going to take a quick break. Once we return, we'll do the rest of the top 8, and we are going to have a card reveal for you guys later on. So definitely stay tuned for that. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the Edge of Paradise Cup. We started with 8 players. We're down to 4. How are you guys feeling about the show so far?
I think it's been a lot of fun so far. I enjoyed seeing comebacks with the Wolf from Noir, even though the spell boost game that followed was rough and slow. I've seen some Sekka win some games. I've had just a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been great, and you know, we had a lot of Shadow, a lot of Sword, but also some other cool decks at bans. We are still gonna see, you know, both the players with Forest moved on, as well as the Wardhaven from Charm, and I believe Buff Dragon from Freezebloom. So, you know, those rogue decks, if you will, showing up pretty strong today.
Yeah. And we'll be heading into those Sekka v Sekka as our next semifinals match.
Yeah, if we actually have a
that'll be
Forest
fun.
Mirror match, I'll just bring me back to 2021 Shadowverse, I guess.
Just who draws Arya on time, who's got Sekka,
Yep,
who's got
classic.
the pieces.
And at this point, Noir did get eliminated, but Hishiro still stands strong, representing Time of Storm. You know, Hishiro did have an amazing day 1, going undefeated. He won his first match today, so the whole weekend, Hishiro has not been beat. He's got the Sekka Forest, and I mean, he's just one of the best, showing time and time again, you know, how good he is at Shadowverse.
Both forests have been left up. So looks like the Wardhaven has been banned out, so we're not gonna have to see that today. I can understand why it might be banned out. It can be rough sometimes with forest, even though you have all the clear. Once they get to that saber, you're in a rough spot. Sword's still up, and Hishiro's Shadow has been banned out with Boost and Sekka.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that at this stage, both players are more than comfortable against Forest, right? Like, it's basically still the same second Arya. Welcome back, Chris.
Apologies for that.
All good.
Yeah, this is basically going to be our last Sekka mirror, potentially ever, that
Yeah,
we're going to see
actually.
here. You know, can you believe
Ever.
that? Ever.
That's crazy.
Ever.
Ever. Forest is being removed from the game after this, actually.
It's okay. Give it a year. She'll be back. She'll be back.
Some form, somehow. The story will loop back around and worlds will collide once again.
Yeah,
And
know how
Honor
it
will
would be.
return
You know
stronger
how
than
it'd be.
ever. Yeah.
Sekka was definitely one of those characters that showed up in Shadowverse, and she definitely made a huge impact, right? Like, you know, one in the story and in the game itself, and for sure in the competitive scene. Like, Forest dominated 2021, basically. We saw more than
Yeah.
enough Sekka for sure.
She's the
Yeah.
closest thing that's come from straying me away from being a blood main and into forest main territory. Like, I've changed my whole identity around her almost. Blood still has a special place in my heart.
The Sekka supremacy going strong, I see.
Oni Neko, the artist for Sekka, is just one of my favorite Shadowverse artists. I love every piece they do for the game, so I'm a big fangirl there.
Would you have played a Blood Forest lineup, Momo?
I would have.
Hypothetically speaking? Yeah,
I would have.
respect that.
Yeah. Blood Force and then probably
I mean-
Shadow just to round out meta-wise, maybe be some ban bait.
All right, well, this is
Not
going to
just
be
Hishiro's
our
lineup.
first,
Oh, wasn't
fifth
out.
match of the day. We have Charm going up against Hishiro. Momo, Chris, take it away.
Yeah.
Let's get into it. I was just thinking about your lineup. I was like, wait, isn't that Hishiro's? Oh, no, never mind. There's no blood in there.
Yeah, it's almost. It's similar, some overlap, but
All right,
Pen
well,
Pen.
getting into this, we got the Penguin. We have Charm going first, too. Ooh. All right, I like this. Pretty
Kind of a
aggressive start.
greedy throw.
Yeah.
I could appreciate greedy
Penguin,
throws.
frame one. Frame one.
Yeah. As soon as you can get that Pen out there, gonna
Yeah,
get that out of
Stumble,
there.
you gotta get rid of that.
Yeah, it's too
Can't
threatening.
let the
Yeah.
Penguin sit around.
Yeah, too strong. Understandable. Gilnelis coming out.
Is that both of them drawn into by now? I feel like it is.
Yeah.
Mara gonna do its thing. Hishiro doing a good job of, considering that Hishiro walked into this tournament, won in like 5 minutes, and has just been chilling in the back ever since. He's definitely not let off any steam from the start of the event.
Yeah, just had time to chill, kind of get his mind in the right space, probably. I mean, it's very easy to like lose focus in between the games, kind of let your
Yeah, but
Sunday
he's
get
kind
the
of like
best of
the
you.
player that doesn't lose it, right? He just stays composed the whole time.
Mhm. Kind of an awkward turn 3. Don't really want to throw
Yeah.
Erica. Probably just gonna throw another Gilnelise, maybe.
Thing is, like, that's also one of your, like, it. I want to say it's one of your good recovery options, but you do have double Musketeers in hand, so
And what
worst
are you
case, that's your
recovering
recovery
from?
too. Okay, we're going aggro. We are pushing.
Okay,
We are
yeah.
telling Yashiro, if you don't, oh,
I mean,
never mind.
There was
I'm gonna finish
there was a
that
myriad of
sentence.
answers to this, Erica.
Your victory.
I am not gonna finish that sentence.
Yeah, gone. Rest in peace.
And that's
Go
pretty
with
huge.
the
Like, I
threat.
understand wanting to put up a threat, but this just feels kind of awkward now.
I mean, it was already awkward. It's just it was gonna be awkward anyway. It's rough
Hey,
times.
you walk into the party, everyone's arguing, and then you had to spill the drink and just make it even more awkward. God. All right.
And now
well,
somebody else is cleaning up your mess, and you just
yeah.
you
He's
wanna
like,
like, you can't
Alright,
say you've hit your
going.
sorry threshold. Okay, enough with the metaphor.
Got the Birdo pickup. Pretty good.
Could
What do you
Seraphic
follow
the
that up with
Gilman?
right now? We got removal. We got utility.
Yeah, gonna
Removal it is. Removal it is.
Yeah, probably hold on to that Muggy till next turn. Yeah,
We won't give him an inch.
This is
just
where we
little
go.
1/1.
Rally count is not that high yet, so we're not gonna get the fancy invoke musketeer play just yet. This
I believe the rally's at 4 currently. Maybe 5?
Yeah, not-
Maybe 5.
I'm thinking we had turn 1 penguin, we had
The Gilmore.
an amulet, we had a Gilnelise,
Two Gilmore.
we've had a Erica, 2 Gilnelises, yeah. Well,
5.
at
And now
least we got
it's
some
more.
good aggro.
You're just going white here, not wanting to put out the Musketeers before they invoke on the Cloakmaster, Coremaster, however you want to say it.
Also interesting, saving the Evo as well.
My armor's been
Our magic. Ooh, hit one of the better targets. Then it's like
you
the
something.
Ice Storm to clear up everything else.
The
Still
Shield
holding
Ice
FM
Storms
Mock
have been
Champ right
putting
there.
in work.
Yeah, 100%.
So, do you go with the Storm to break the shield, or do you go for better board? Go with the Storm to break the shield.
Yeah, you just have to. I mean, it's only gonna get more annoying for a deck like Sword, right?
Move out. Annihilate them.
Okay, get the
There's the
5/5 ward,
invoke.
always good.
And we've hit turn 6, and still no evolves used on either player's side.
You better turn tail.
Yep.
Been nice and slow here, which I think
Another
only
kind of magic.
benefits Hishiro.
Dear Isabel, this is a open letter inviting you to Hishiro's hand. There we go.
2 came. Just need to send an invite.
Wow.
Oh, look at that. So
Alright, look at
sometimes
the fuses going.
you're just waiting on the invite. Like you've been ready, you've been dressed, shoes are on, hair is done. But you don't want to come in uninvited.
Yeah. You're just like, alright.
Like
The
you
moment-
heard that
the moment
somebody
I
spilled a
get the
drink
DM.
earlier. The party's already awkward. Don't want to show up, so they're ready for you.
You're just waiting for the DM, and I'm through the door.
You're ready for the good stuff?
Right? Take one golem, coming in. We got removal. We got counter magic.
back. Got the
This is
shield
so
up.
annoying for charm.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, let's fuse. Get that. This is the Other one, okay.
All right, that's a play. That
Ooh.
buys him a turn to the turn 8 Musketeers.
Yeah, because you're kind of going for that already by default. It's a bit of a shame you don't get the full value out of it because there's nothing to swing into, but at the same time, I mean, if you're going for that like full evolved Musketeers, you're not gonna commit it here, are you?
This is more than just a game.
On throne.
Your queen commands you.
Mm-hmm.
There's the book. Nice little board.
That's our last one as well. More invokes coming through after this. Hovering on the Quadra Magic. Shield is still alive. Yep, Quadra Magic.
Mhm.
The big damage.
Got that elements ready.
Yeah, so this is already looking good going forward.
Yeah.
The OTK is getting prepared. But until then, we gotta clear this board. Or it
Yeah.
becomes... I mean, in a way, not clearing it makes Musketeers not as value, of course. Gonna have to look for a backup, but
My loyalty
At least
it's a non-option to
so
not clear
much.
this.
Yeah.
Alright, Chimera going in. The Quadra Magic. This will clear a majority of the board. There we go.
That
And
will
that does
finish
it.
it off.
A little fuse. The double fuse, okay.
Double fuse to reduce the hand size.
Mm-hmm.
See that? See you, Shiro. Seeing
It's always nice
multiple
watching
players
him
use
play.
that maneuver. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice watching him play Rune. Just... it's like watching someone just playing an instrument, you know? Like everything just flows so smoothly. Ooh, that's a nice little draw. Still think it's gonna be cashing in.
Yeah.
The
The
Musketeers here. Only problem is that it's kind of awkward because, like, you're gonna spend your storm again on popping the shield, and then your cute little, you know, ability to take something out without attacking into it is also gonna be a bit wasted here. But you don't really have any other way, so. Let's see.
Yeah, it's a bit.
It's just awkward. Like that's. It's not that it's like horrible. Like Victoria's Later here is also fine, but it's still awkward because you don't get to ping the shield. You get to keep up this, you know, very sturdy protector. But even you know, with that, still not exactly an absolute.
It also makes it so that the Blader's the one eating the Kuon rather than his whole
Yeah,
board.
yeah, yeah. So that part is very much appreciated. But now it should be fairly. The thing is, you know, at least the
Yeah.
OTK now is out of reach. Gotta swing.
Was it all vainglory?
There you go. Ooh,
Perish before
actually gonna burn it. Yep, element coming in.
Yep. With two of
Hand
them, like no
damage.
reason to not.
Yeah. Might as well start burning them right now.
And then Crimson Sorcery, just keep on
Ooh.
burning.
Ishiro is got game one within reach. Theoretically, there is healing that can take place this turn, but I don't think it's gonna get you to 11 plus.
Yeah.
You've
Yeah,
proven
sadly for Charm.
Yeah, and Charm knows, bowing
just
out.
acknowledges it. Yep. It's like, alright. I know you got it. I know there's game there. I'm gonna let you have this one. We get the run back right after. Alright, Shiro. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm. You know what that means? It's Sega time! Woo!
Uh-oh. Do we get the mirror? The commemorative? This is the second anniversary.
Do we?
Ooh.
It's all up to Charm.
Limited second gacha event.
Mhm. Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Charm has to win
Gotta-
this one. Oh,
gotta hype
Hishiro's
it up.
very happy to be going second. Oh, that's why he's happy. He's got Arya going second. The fist pump.
Okay.
Makes sense, makes
Ooh.
sense. But on the other side, that's
Charm got that curve,
aggressive.
though.
Yeah.
It's
10
virtually the
times,
same as
2
last
drop.
time.
Well, last time there was Gilnleys on the 2 and the 3 was super awkward. This
Yeah.
time, so we got an
Pretty good.
Octris on as a different option for 3 as well.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So right now, Charm got heaps of plays available throughout these early turns.
So
Heaps.
many 3 drops.
Going first pretty consistently too.
So there was no fairy generator for this Tree of Wonders, so it's just gonna draw a
Yeah.
card here. No 1/1 ward fairy. Oh man, just
Fortunate. Wow.
going wide? Question mark. How you feeling,
Rally
Charm? Do
5.
you want Kage? Do you want Rally 5? There we go, going with Kage.
Yeah, I think just not get board lock. Be able to still push through
Well,
and have like the threat of
on
the
the
last
heads
work
up
too.
side, you know that the Tree of Wonders is going to generate the 1/1 ward fairy, so you'll be able to trade and you won't
You
be
can run it
board locked
in,
no
yeah.
matter what.
True. Awesome.
Getting the fairy generator now. I'm just gonna go wide with the fairies. So many little fairies.
Ooh, that's not great. You don't want to be drawing into Course Master like that. 1 is fine,
Yeah.
the emergency rally, but 2 is quite unfortunate for the future tempo of the deck.
Breakfast.
So now your Charm is also ahead in the damage race, so there is potential to continue pushing
think-
defensive.
Yeah. The Pen definitely goes face. The aggressive thing is to just full face, but if you wanna trade off here, you can.
Leo, not Leo, Age I think is definitely the one that goes in, and as it does, 1/1s do remain though. Alright, time for Arya to do some damage control over here.
Here goes.
Here we go.
Like the maggot.
I'll get all the effects.
Yep, and the West
Very
of course
whisk.
coming down to finish out some of the trades here.
We retreat.
Very into the Kage. Oh, with into the future.
Alright, excellent. Good.
Oh,
on
3
Hishiro.
drawn.
Ooh.
Oh no. And depending on how high Charm gets his rally here, this might signal to Hishiro, hey, I drew all of them.
Yeah, like at this point, when do you reveal that? Like at which point do you just say, alright, my hand is full of bricks, and all I can do is maybe turn into some removal later on, but against Forest it's not really going to do anywhere near as much either.
I'll leave
Not
their
exactly
troops
facing
for
dragon or anything.
Crumble before oblivion.
Yeah, going with one of the Corpse Masters to evolve the Steelclad, to trade it into the Arya.
Let me have another
Very
raise.
good.
No one gets past me.
Let me still push it a little bit.
Doesn't feel like the best play, but it got the job done. And this is where it starts to really hurt. So the
Yeah.
heal here is gonna be really hard for Charm to come back from.
Yeah, he sure looking composed as ever too. Just knows what he has to do. Knows how to execute. He's doing his thing.
Yep. Heal the
You
full,
bring in
nice and easy.
big heal.
All that chip damage taken care of.
Yep. Fighting back. No evil though. Ooh, that is a good monochrome top deck. I feel like that's the play for this turn.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think
Like you get to trade everything nicely. You get rally count as well. So
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I like Charm taking the moment to like consider his options here, take a look at everything, go really decide if that really is the option.
Yeah,
And
it
yep,
is going to be
it
the option
is.
here.
My
On the
legion
Chrome
follows.
in game. Big swing, everything survives. Well, for the most part, at least. There we go. One thing that might not.
Those leaves weren't just lying around?
Do we see a pass here?
Yep.
There we go. Alright, for a second I was like, is there a Kage line considered here? But no.
So Hishiro doesn't need healing right now. Just wants to clear the board most likely. So we might see
Yeah.
some sort of Amataz play here. I'm thinking no, go with the Slugger.
Out of the woods.
Okay.
Even on the Slugger. I mean, Slugger's also quite good for clearing out boards.
Hey, let's play.
There we go. Get the fairies in.
My loyalty is ironclad.
So this is freedom.
Just putting down.
Starts with the
I mean, this clear full clears quite easily. Draws him into the Sekka as well.
I refuse to
Cute
Yeah.
little play.
That's good. Sekka being found is also really huge. That's been kind of MIA for a while now.
Deciding, do I trade this Kage? Question marks. Evos are at 3 right now, so we'll see. Chooses to
We'll
leave
choose
the
the
Kage
pass.
there.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, there's not much payoff for a follower that remains on board. It's not directly pushing for lethal. Like at this point, you might as well prevent that last words effect from popping off again. Coming back with the Evo for free. Make them committed to something else. Of course, Octress is potentially a play. You get to copy the damage ping and cycle a card.
So the Sekka was drawn for Hishiro, but there is no bounces, so it's not too spooky yet. Still spooky. Not
yet.
as spooky as it could
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
Heightened fear shall make
Yeah,
you
whereas
crave.
for Charm, I'm assuming there's gonna be a fuse into a draw. Let's see what we get. Ooh. Mr. Returner of Evolve Points.
Mm-hmm.
We do want to keep the spell on you for a little bit longer. Because some nicer ways to trade here.
Let's get this party started.
Getting this back, okay. I mean, I suppose if you find...
Moment.
Oh, I like that. Good push. If you find the Musketeer spell, you get the full effect back again. Is good.
How much damage? Oh, there is a fairy healer. That is a bounce.
Ooh.
Namatas also functions kind of like a bounce. You have to use any of your Sekka spells. Do so, but playing Amatas always feels pretty good. Gonna draw a card. Oh, a bounce. Ooh.
Ooh, hold up. That changes things. Cashing it in already.
With my power, you shall go to
Alright,
even
sure
greater
thought about it,
heights.
but
Hear the roar of my night flame.
X is at 16. 17, 18. Okay, just using the Sekka that got the free evolve from the bounce to help clear out the board here, then probably bouncing it with the fairy healer after trading out.
Are you kidding me?
One forest elixir.
there you go.
Setting up
Healer
X
coming
equals
down.
20, making this very scary threat of, hey, I've got a bunch of Sekka spells and this Sekka at 20. Next turn, what are you going to do about it, Charm?
Yep. Plus there's still damage coming down. Do we stop ignoring? No, we're gonna get a retracing in first. I like that, I like that.
I have no
Get the cycle in. And now, of course, Kage will not be coming down for at least a turn.
What's Charm got?
With DK is out of the question. Your cycling cards are also not really gonna do as much.
I will
Yeah.
not back down.
Starting with Erica.
Gets full effect if you Evo it.
Action begets desire.
Okay, Huntress with the Evo. This could be an Erica Evo too, but I'm not really sure what you're. I mean, you're pushing the damage, which is great, but like, what happens next, right?
Yeah.
The darkness will ravage
Yeah, like
all.
I like
It's
it. It's greedy. It's very brave,
I will strike you
but
down. We haven't lost
I think
yet.
this is just. I'm gonna show you how much damage I've got.
We haven't lost yet.
This is what I can do here.
That's what it's looking like.
Those leaves
All right.
weren't just
Too
lying
slow.
around.
Too slow.
All right. Well, the health of both players has been equalized. Another bounce. Up, Amata's coming down.
Yep. To pop that instinct. Amataz
There we
does
go.
not care.
My fate is mine, and mine alone.
There's a Sicko.
And mine
And
alone.
we get a big old
Get that spell
Sekka.
going.
Mine alone.
And Hishiro continues his undefeated streak. Unfortunately, we do not get to see a last Sekka mirror
No.
of the year of her rotation. But there he is, the winner with the peace sign, moving on to the finals, undefeated.
Still undefeated, still running through this entire gauntlet, running through this entire bracket, untouchable. Ishiro sitting comfortably in the finals. You know, started out today, chilling,
It's a
enjoying
weekend.
himself in top 8, speed run, now top 4. Had to pause here and there, but still just chilling. We're all good. And he's in the
Hishiro
finals.
continues to show us why he's one of the best players in the West. You know, he plays his deck so well, so elegantly. Feels like when you watch him play, there's like no wasted movements, right? Charm put up a good fight while he could, but I mean, at the end, like, the sword was not gonna do enough damage, and Hishiro showing why Psycho Force is really powerful.
I mean, Sword got to put in a little bit of that damage, but instantly healed out. By just how much healing Sporus has these days with the Fairy Slugger and the Fairy Healer. Just insane.
I mean, the Erica did 10
Yeah.
damage at the end, and you know, if all that chip damage hadn't been healed, then maybe that would have been enough to close the game out. But Hishiro was at 20 on like turn 8 or whatever, right? So just not enough damage. Also played the spell boost super well. So Hishiro is gonna continue his undefeated streak and advance to the final.
Yeah.
That's right. Now it's just down to finding out who will be joining him in the finals. Because this is going to be pretty hype. I mean, we basically have the sort of Goliath of the scene versus either I'm your senpai or Freeze Bomb. Two of the players that, you know, aren't in the team. They're both active in the community, but you know, this would really be that next big step, right?
Yeah. And both players have banned out Shadow, leaving Sword up on both sides with Senpai's Rune and Freeze Bomb's Buff Dragon yet again. It was scary last time. That was one of our quickest games.
Yeah, we saw how
You know,
Freeze
Buff
Bomb,
Dragon's good.
he could definitely handle the sword matchup with the Buff Dragon, so I'm sure he's happy about, you know, seeing that up again. Hishiro is gonna bring Forest to the finals. Will Freeze Bomb bring Dragon to the finals?
Unfortunately,
shall
no
find
blood.
out.
Very sad. All the bloods have been
That's true, huh?
knocked out at this point.
We did have 3
That's
players
true.
bringing blood today, but I feel like all the blood games we saw on stream were a disaster. You know, like they did
Yeah.
not go
Did not
well.
look good.
Nor did pick up the
Again.
win, but like it wasn't a great game either. He just had like
Yeah.
the perfect object at the end, but it was not a
Yeah, it was
great
barely.
display of the handler's bloodbath.
Yeah. Again, just like that pot of boiling water. You just can't look. You gotta turn away. Trust that it will
It
boil
really
when you're
is.
not looking at it.
Trust, y'all. Trust.
Trust.
Blood best deck. It's just shy.
So we should be ready to head on to the next game here. It's going to be the last of the semifinals. We're going to see who's going to face up against Ishiro in the finals. And as we were saying, you know, these are two relatively new guys. You know, they are definitely active in the scenes, but a way to make a big name for yourself is to get a big win an SVO. And what better way to do that than defeating Hishiro, who again is just one of the best in the West.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big name. That's a big name. Someone that's been WGP multiple times. Someone that's been at the top of the Western community for many years. And, you know, just being able to face against someone like that in the finals, and especially with how clean and immaculate his plays have been throughout the day, it's gonna be tough. No matter who makes it in there, it's gonna be tough.
But beating him will be a prize all its own on top of the prizes that they'd be getting in terms of cash, playmat, trophy, in-game flair, clout. It's all on the line. All
you
the
even
clout.
get some of the physical cards, which are super nice. I mean, they might not be Shadowverse Evolve cards, but, you know, close enough, right?
You got a playmat. You can use the playmat. That's all that matters.
Yeah. It is going to be pretty exciting, though. I wonder if, you know, will the Buff Dragon really go all the way? We're talking about how Buff Dragon was one of the most played decks of the entire tournament, and yet only one player actually got to top 8 with Buff Dragon, but Freeze Bomb is still here with it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought people would know the matchup and like be able to like counteract it a bit more, but you know, and it seems like that was the case. Like that's kind of like the narrative, I guess. But you know, when we look at the top 8, but now the only one in top 8 is also potentially in finals. You know, if things go well here in the top 4, so I have high hopes.
Yeah.
Then again, his opponent, Amir Senpai, you know, he's playing a more standard lineup, but he had a pretty good display against Noir. I specifically like his play in the Rune Mirror match, where he just, you know, he wasn't playing for the OTK, but he had this great turn 7 of just play the Kuon, represent next turn lethal, and force out a response from Noir. So I think that shows, you know, what type of player he is. And I'd like to see if, you know, maybe Amir Senpai will be the one that can get to the finals, and he would have been in Noir, and then he had to be Hishiro in the finals. That would be a great record for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I briefly mentioned earlier about the Uma Musume collab. I've been watching season 2 recently, and I think it has a lot of themes that really resonate with competitive players in terms of competition and such. And from the very get-go, one thing that they kind of reiterated that kind of resonates with me is that it takes 3 things that you need to win. You need effort, you need talent, and you need luck. And if you were lacking in any of those 3, you're not going to come out on top. So I think it's a good show when we come to these and how much effort you put in, how talented are you, and do you have the luck to back those 2 up?
Will be swept away. Beat it, small.
I hope that for the finals we get to see the Uma Musume stage, but I will let you guys have this next top 4. It's gonna be a good one.
So we're gonna have Freeze Bomb starting off with the Rally Swordcraft, while Amir Senpai is going with the Spell Boost. As you said earlier, Momo, you know, the shadows have been banned out. We basically have Sword and then another deck in the lineups.
Pen off to the top on turn 1.
Pretty
There
good.
he is.
I think he gonna be a cheerleader for a little bit, right? Maybe the Recruit is a better opener. But I
Yeah.
do love that penguin.
I'll be a royal knight someday.
Always happy to see him show up.
Oh, for sure. As for Senpai, he doesn't quite have the Kuon just yet. I feel like we've seen most Spellboost games, if not all of them, everyone has had the early Kuon. So I'd like to see what happens when a player doesn't draw the Kuon and how they can make that work.
Yeah. Even without the Kuon, there is the Isabel, so working towards getting to the spells played needed to get that heal in will make all the difference in this matchup by Senpai the time he might need to find that Kuon.
Yeah, especially against an
Especially
aggressive
if they
deck
kinda
like Sword. Sometimes, like we were saying earlier on, just getting 10 damage, 10 heal, that can essentially be a win condition, even if it doesn't win the game on that same exact turn. Oh, I love the bird here.
Bird
Such a good
clears.
answer to the board, yeah. So good.
Oh,
Albert picked
freeze
up.
bombs Albert.
I
in
love
the
the
hand.
Albert. Of course, Freeze Bomb representing the Albert leader too. Excellent choice. And Kagamitsu being played on 3, and no Kuon, but we do see double Isabel, so maybe that is what he's going to play for. Without the Kuon, the Secrets is kind of awkward because, you could use it to boost the wizards, but like they only cost 5. I feel like they get low relatively easy by themselves. So it actually kind of ends up being a dead card. And the Isabels
Yeah.
themselves are also awkward because, I mean, you want to fuse followers, but the only followers you have are the wizard, which you desperately need to clear the mid board in the mid game, and the other Isabel, which you would be okay with fusing, except that if you don't have Kuon, you're gonna need 2 creations to win the game, right?
Yeah, it's a kind of awkward start for sure. Going
Yeah.
to actually use that secrets just to not float any play points, be pretty play point efficient here.
I guess it lets him do something next turn where like now he might be okay to play 1 wizard for 2 and then, you know, get something started. I feel like Freeze Bomb is in a good spot here. We're gonna see how he tries to push. What about just playing another Kagemitsu?
I kind of like the idea of another Kagemitsu, but he's hovering these penguins. Thinking about throwing one out here.
The rally's not quite there yet, but I mean it's still a 1/1 with ward, and he gives you the Great Shield, so honestly just a great follower no matter what. Actually use the Great Shield to let Kagemitsu get a favorable trade.
Ooh.
Now at this point, would he
Pretty.
float the play point or just play another penguin? I mean, he's so close to Rally
Floating.
5. Yeah, at this point, I
Yeah.
think holding it is okay. Like, 1 Plague 1/3/3 is significantly stronger. And the Chimera is a fantastic pickup for Senpai here. Doesn't actually get Clear and Cycle, which is good. But still no coup on drawn, so maybe he will just go for an early Isabel to get a Fate's Hand or something? I feel like he needs card draw desperately, yeah. This is the only
Yeah.
play that makes sense to me. Like, it's not ideal. It's only 1 fused Isabel, and
Sorry, but this ends
it's pretty
here.
whatever, but he
I got you
needs the
now.
card draw desperately.
We retreat.
For sure. Thankfully, Freeze Bomb hasn't been pushing too much damage, so it's not too scary right now. So he has a little bit of time to go digging with that Fate's Hand.
Yeah, he does just finally get to the Rally 5. But you know, he does have the Kagemitsu effect, so there'll be 1 Kagemitsu coming back. Well, could just be like maybe Penguin Great Shield. I don't think he's gonna cash out on the Albert just yet.
Yeah, probably not.
And Summons, while being super good at Rally 10, not that useful at Rally 5, although it is still an option if he wants to, you know, try and find a 2-drop for a good Evo turn.
Albert, the
know
golden
what?
face.
Yeah, this kind of just fits Freeze Bomb's style. I believe it's the second time we've seen him do this. So yeah, why not? Albert,
Evo.
7/7 to the face. Yeah, if you play Albert, come on, it's gotta be an Evo, right?
Yeah, you don't play Albert and then just like 5/5 face or trade. You gotta
Oh.
Evo that face.
Yeah. If he like traded with that Albert, I feel like he would be banned from playing Swordcraft forever. 7 damage to the face. Let's go. So seeing that type of play, I wonder what Senpai's, you know, reaction is. Definitely feels a little bit of fear, I would imagine. But he does have the Wizards to get some clear. Again, has not drawn the Kuon. So certainly is just playing for an Isabel win condition at this point.
Yep.
I'll smash you good.
Very interesting order, choosing to get the spell boost on that Fate's Hand rather than like the draw.
Well, I think at this
Getting
point,
that down.
if he draws Kuon, it's like too little too late. And like, aside from the Kuon and the Wizard, there's actually nothing else you need to spell boost, so
True
I
enough.
think it's fine.
Yeah.
And at this point, since he's definitely going to play for the Quadrmagica creation, just get as different name spells as you can. The Goddess is a pretty good one for that. Yeah, he already played 1 Chimera, so he's free to fuse the second one. So there's both Quadrmagicas. Now he just needs, you know, different name spells.
I've
And then
got
I guess
you
enough
now.
play points to play both of them. And see, Freeze Bob, like, he had that very aggressive Albert play, which is respectable, 7 damage to the face. But like, in doing so, he just completely ignored the Isabel. And I guess, like, you don't think about taking chip damage against Rune, but still did get to go face for 5. Kagemitsu does come back.
I'll be a royal knight someday. Steady.
He's at Rally 7 at least. This is still kind of an awkward hand for Freeze Bomb. Like, having the Albert for damage is great, but where's the follow-up?
Yeah. I mean, it's been awkward, so like I can appreciate the tossing in the Albert to like do what you can. Ugh.
Oh, if he had
That's-
drawn that, yeah, 1 card
Yeah.
earlier.
Oh,
That's a little
doesn't
painful
feel
for sure.
good. Yeah.
And I mean, he's getting close to rally 10. I feel like that should definitely be the goal. He's also he's gonna have to find a way to break the counter magic shield at some point too.
Is it Pen? Like, where are we going?
Maybe Penguin Victorious Blader just to get the rally count up there? Actually play
Starts now.
the end game for just 3 play points. I feel like you never see this type of play. But he's
Yeah.
well making the
What we
best of his
combine,
hand.
Do not stand in our way.
I guess the play point
Trying to
back.
get something out of his hand here.
Yeah.
Your queen commands you.
Well, okay, I do like this because he gets to rally 10 and the Penguin rush is actually able to clear, so pretty solid. Doesn't get the extra Evo on the Lieutenant. I guess with this line play, he's gonna keep the Penguin alive. And then finally get the invoke on the Queenmaster on turn 6. And I guess he's playing for Kagemitsu late game. But the Blessing comes online. Quadra Magica is now fully loaded. And it's actually a pretty good spell to just cast here.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if he uses both just to clear out the board pretty easily.
Yeah, I think so. Like, he wants to make sure the board is clear so that it's hard to break the shield, because like with a shield and a 10 heal in the following turn, I feel like he would just be in a great spot. So maybe it's something like Quadra Magica plus Wizard Evo to like make sure the board is fully cleared.
Yeah.
He never drew the Kuon, but I'd like to see him, you know, still find something else to do. His deck is definitely 100% reliant on Kuon, but the Isabel could do some work as well. He's gonna double Quadra Magica, and then I guess hold the Wizard for if he needs to clear a bigger board next turn. Really, really good line of play. Again, he ends with a shield and a 10 heal next turn. Well, actually, if he gets, if the Isabel gets that third fusion, he actually will just have game next turn, right? Because sorcery plus creation is 13 damage. So that Isabel going face for 5 might actually make a massive difference.
But Victorious Blader out here to say, I'm gonna mitigate a little bit of that.
Yeah, at least a little bit of it. So it is going to force out a different line of play for Senpai. It's funny how often we end up seeing the Blader be hard played as a 7-drop. But the
Yeah.
damage protection, or reduction I guess, actually puts in so much work. Is there going to be a 6 play points after Blade to clear?
That doesn't feel good. That's pretty slow.
I mean, it doesn't, but I think it's okay because he's still setting up lethal for next turn, right?
I mean, Kagemitsu's popping out here.
Okay.
Even
Well,
with
there-
the shield, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, there's an Erica, there's Musketeers. But can he break the
Like-
shield and then also do 14 damage on this turn? He's
I
doing the
think
math
so.
right now.
I think
Might
like
be.
Erica, Kage, Cat, that's a lot of damage.
Oh,
I
that
don't
is
know how much.
one play point cat. It might be just enough. I guess we're gonna see if he can figure it out. So maybe that Victorious Blader was like just what he needed. Buy himself that one turn, allows him to get to the cognitive turn, which represents so much more damage. Okay, so Erica
Victorious
first.
Blader, the MVP today.
Yeah, actually.
Whether it's spooking and confusing your opponent or
Yeah, so Kage breaks the shield.
Can't run. Don't let a single rat escape.
It's
Okay, so
not
wasn't
enough.
enough.
Oh, it was so close. Okay, so now we can get the Isabel fusion. You know, held onto the wizard. But now with the sorcery, it is going to be game. Like I said, that Isabel going face for 5 in the mid game actually allows this play. This could not be possible if Freezebomb was at, 18 life. No
Yep.
Kuon needed. Senpai takes game number 1. Very
What a
well
close set.
done.
just not
Oh.
enough evos there. It was all that chromatic or the monochrome being just like
Yeah.
one card too deep.
It's sad because like he
Feels
played it
bad.
on the turn where he had 6 play points, but he wasn't
Yeah.
able to get the enhance. That definitely hurt.
Now Hato versus Albert.
Ooh, going into second game here, sword mirror match. I like both the sword leaders. Which would you prefer?
I have a soft spot for the primo leaders with their borders and sick
It's
animations.
pretty nice, yeah. But I mean,
And,
that's
like-
Albert. He's our boy. He's like iconic, you know.
He is, but I am about anime girl supremacy.
Well, look, Albert is like the veteran. He represents Sword. Not is like the new kid on the block. She has to prove herself.
It's true, it's true.
And Penguin opener, about as good as it gets. Gotta go with the bumpkin, of course.
Pen to cheer
Well-
on the bumpkin.
I mean, I see Fizzle going second, and I see double lieutenant in hand. So, off the bat, that's gonna be surely an insane mid game for him.
Victory is all that matters.
Monochrome for later as well. Or
Yeah,
maybe
his hand
next
is looking
turn. We'll
really
see.
good. This time around, he does use the Later as just the Axel. Early Leon puts in a lot of work against all all the 1/1 tokens. So I guess that might just force Fizzle to take the trades, knowing that his board is gonna just get cleaned up. You
Steady.
can technically use the Penguin plus Great Shield to like play around the Leo damage, but I don't think that's necessarily worth it. Does draw another Blader if he wants to continue working on the rally count. And although this definitely looks good for Semper right now, again, having the double Lieutenant going second would surely win the mid game for Freezebomb, I feel like.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's like if his curve is double Lieutenant into Musketeers into endgame, well, he actually gonna just cash out the monochrome right now.
I mean, 1/4 ward in the mirror like this, I think
No one
it's
gets past me.
pretty
I like
good.
it. Yeah, it is good. He gives it that potential of like maybe that insane turn 6 play, but who knows? By then the game will be in a different state, and maybe he'll have something else to do anyway. I do like players that are like not greedy with their hand, like there's like the classic plays, the obvious ones. But sometimes you have to just commit your resources early on, make sure you can get to the mid to late game safely. And the Queen has done
Yeah.
a lot of work here.
It makes
actually-
Senpai have to choose between various options rather than
Yeah.
having like a more straightforward line.
Like I was gonna say, yeah, now Senpai's turn is super awkward, right? Like, does he trade? It doesn't clear, give away free 1/1, just feels bad. But then like anything else he plays, his board's gonna get destroyed by double lieutenant.
Mhm.
But surely he
But
wants
he
to do
doesn't know about the
something.
double lieutenant.
I mean, sure he doesn't, but maybe he'll fear it. Maybe it's just
Yeah,
like
he just
up
feels it in his
Kagemitsu.
bones.
Yeah. Well, there's the Bell Ringer. We're talking about it, being a pretty solid 2-drop. Pretty good defensive card. I guess Belater
And
for
actually-
maximum rally.
Yeah. And the thing also like helps protect the board a bit from the double lieutenant.
Yeah. And also play out the Takatsumi. I mean, he's got another one, so it feels fine. Again, doesn't have to be super greedy to get all those effects. But this should be a really good turn for Freeze Bomb. I mean, the Bell Ringer is actually super awkward, but the Queen can break the shield, and then he can still manually evil the actual Lieutenant himself if he wants to get like triple trade, make sure he can answer the Leon. I mean, there's no way he's not playing double Lieutenant. The question is like, how does he want to sequence his trades?
We'll return
Yeah, there's the first one.
at your service.
Should we play a
Definitely at
second one
least
before
one.
you Evo? Yeah, no, I mean it's got to be a second one. I don't see a world in which it's not the play. It's too good.
Well, it makes the trades awkward where you have to choose between like Leod and Takatsumi.
No
is
one
that
gets
what
past
he-
me.
is that
Yeah,
what
I mean,
it's
I guess you
My
could.
legion
Well,
follows.
Little Takatsumi is it that scary? It's just 2 play point reduction. I feel like that's
Yeah.
fine. Leon is pretty scary. Actually, also gets so much rally count out of this. It's very
My
nice.
legion follows.
Maybe he doesn't get the value out of the Queen,
No one
but I
gets
think that's
past me.
okay. So correct sequence there to make sure that he
No one gets
doesn't
past me.
burn the 3/3, and then Evo to clear the Leon. I like this. I think that's the cleanest line of play. And does put him in a great position. Thinking about it.
Maybe he values clearing out the Takatsumi just because the Leod will clear out the remaining 1/1, but just the remaining 1/1. So he'll still get potential Queen value.
Yeah.
Going over the Leod. Ignore
Yeah. I mean, the Leon is just too good, right?
me. Yeah.
Gives me nightmares about the old Leon.
The sweep damage is just
Yeah.
too much.
Okay, so now Senpai gets his own lieutenant, but since he's going first, it's infinitely worse. And I mean, he does have another Takatsumi if he wants to commit to that. Could just be Taketsumi plus Agemitsu as a way to curve out. So if you are going to play Taketsumi in Evo, the new one, or even the one on the board, I guess, he wants to hold the one in hand for the actual fanfare Evo point later on. Senpai taking his time here.
Yeah.
You know, he did win game 1, so winning this mirror would send him straight to the finals.
And then we'd get to see if he's the Tempo Storm killer.
Maybe,
Gets
yeah.
Noir and
The
then maybe
legend.
also Hishiro.
Yeah. And again, Hishiro has so much momentum right now that I don't know if anybody could stop him, but we'll see. These guys are
But
definitely going
it
to
feels
try.
so good to be the one who does. To be
Yeah,
the one
for
who defeats
sure.
the undefeated.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that would be such a good story for either Senpai or Freeze Pump if they could do that. I'm gonna go with the second Taketsumi. He won it for the discount on the spell. Yeah, trend against the Queen is correct. You know, the 1/1 just gets banished. Just use the spell right away. Clear with it like 3/3. Now he's actually gonna hold
Saving
it. But that does leave up 6 damage on the board. And we know that Freezebomb loves his Albert. I'm gonna go with the Musketeers, and this is such a strong play.
Yeah,
He must be a rally 10, right? Yeah,
He's
like
gotta
it's
be.
6 damage to the
Played
face
four.
with an Albert in hand and the rally 10 invoke. I don't see how Senpai's coming back from this. There's just no way.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, like he could do his best to clear some of the board, but we know that Albert is coming, so you know, him holding the spell on previous turn might have been a little bit too greedy. He took an extra 3 damage because of it, potentially an extra 6 realistically.
But it
double
helps
hero
him clear
hunt.
out this board now.
Yeah,
so
he does get his own ward.
he kept it to clear the Musketeers is my assumption, is that he wasn't sure how he was going to clear it otherwise. So
Yeah, that's
I can
fair.
see why he kept on. But he is eating a lot of damage in the process.
Okay, what about Course Master and then just go face for 6?
Yeah.
And then you get
I
the
like
other
it.
invoke again. And then next turn you have guaranteed you can play Penguin and then Albert it.
But he's going
Or-
for another Musketeers because, you know, they're good.
They are
They're
pretty
good.
good, yeah. I mean,
It was
really, it's
nasty
a
last turn.
Rames. Like, if it
Yeah.
wasn't for a Rames, Musketeers would be... It wouldn't be that famous, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be worse than Dragon Knights, but with the rest of
Yeah.
it.
I'll take this one.
Although, I do love Lancelot.
Past me, no one gets past
Okay, yeah.
me.
Yeah, see, so like the 3/3 tokens got in so much damage. So Freezebomb essentially just repeats the same board state while continuing to push the chip damage. There's Blader coming out, but
I don't think Blader's gonna do much here.
yeah, the double swing can take out 2 bodies, but you know, even with the damage reduction, it doesn't stop the Course Master fanfare, and then Freezebomb can just swing for game. So very well played by Freezebomb. It means that we're going to a game 3, and we are going to once again see the buff dragon take on against the Swordcraft.
Yep.
And last time,
Hopefully it'll be a bit more of a back and forth, less of a
Yeah, I was gonna
one-sided
say.
beating.
last time that did not end well for Swordcraft at all.
Let's do this.
Hey, it all comes down to this game 3 between these 2 players. The winner will advance to the finals to take on Temple Storm Shiro for a chance to be the Edge of Paradise Cup champion.
And make sure you all stick around for after that grand final match because we do have a mini card to reveal to you all.
Yeah,
the show.
always really exciting stuff. You guys do not want to miss it. Once again, we see the Penguin in the opening hand, Lieutenant
team.
going second, and Kagamitsu.
Pretty nice.
Yeah. Drake, opening hand, also pretty good. Okay, Penguin on 1, guarantee a curve. Good enough.
I mean, we can also Excel Blader.
Oh, I mean, wait, we saw this last time.
No. Oh
Yeah,
no, it's the
I-
same thing.
I've seen it before. Look at Freezebomb, he's smiling. Yeah, so he draws the 3/2 Shark. He has the spell to give it the extra health. And surely we're gonna see a turn 3 Coral Shark Hippocampus.
Yep.
Last time this happened, like that was literally game. That was it was GG.
Yep.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna do it again.
There it is.
I wanna see Senpai's reaction. The
Yeah,
hippocampus
just
drops
the dread.
and his heart drops too. Okay, so now
Just-
what?
Yeah.
It's like play Kagamitsu, like oof. It's tough. I mean, when Buff Dragon looks like this, his deck is, best deck in the game, right?
Yeah, a 3/3 and a 3/5
Yeah, and the 3/3 has
for
rush too,
6,
so
8 stats on turn 3. Excuse
Yeah.
me.
and again, like if you don't answer the hippocampus, that equals into a 7/7 for no real reason.
Yeah. Ugh.
All right, Senpai, what is the play? Play a couple 1/1s maybe. This time around, I don't know if Freeze Bloom has like the best follow-up, but it might be good enough.
You can probably draw into something.
Yeah, he's got time for
Senpai
sure.
looks for something, gets Takatsumi, which will help clear out a little bit next turn actually.
for
so
sure.
not bad.
Hey,
Might be able to
Dragon
swing
League.
back.
I wonder, last time he got the lead, yeah, he just went super aggressive. And I guess he answered my question before I said it, because he's doing the exact same thing. I mean, to be fair, with the Whale and the Storm in hand, and a Brutal Dragon with top deck, ooh, yeah, no, that's a good play.
Yeah,
Let's get this party
but
started.
Takatsumi gonna come down here with the Lieutenant to help clear out a little bit here.
At your service.
It's definitely pretty good. This is still, like, the Hippocampus is insane, but at least the rest of the followers are not, like,
This is what I
super
call a
buffed
good
just
time.
yet.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Now's my
you should be able to
time.
clear them. While a lot of the
Other
decks that we see in
moment.
today's meta have, like, excessive
Having
amounts of
fun
heal,
yet?
like Shadow, Rune, Forest. Like, Sword has no heal at all, right? Like, that's from
I mean-
maybe Octris, Rolling,
No one gets past me.
Goblet.
I mean, there's also the Vow. The
True.
I'll be back for round 2.
one that trades and heals. But you need something to trade over. Ugh.
Ooh, Rowan. Wait a second.
Brutal Rowan. But this time, no board for that Rowan. No board stuck. He doesn't get to
Yeah.
just swing out lethal with Rowan on
Might still be waiting
turn
for
5.
that. Yeah, turn 7 though. It's gonna be a wrap.
Divine
Okay, so Dragon Mood. And I like Wind Sweep. Just keep pushing face damage, right?
Mhm.
A good amount of stats. Damage. I don't think he's trading anytime soon. And then he still has next turn Celestial Dragoon plus whatever he top deck. I think that's good enough. Yeah. Puts Senpai down to 7. How this happened
That's-
twice?
It's a little bit slower this time.
Yeah, it definitely
A
is. But,
little bit.
I mean, last time the game was over in turn 5, right? So
Yeah.
it's a little bit slower. Okay, gonna be using the Erica. I mean, I like the Erica. The amulet is sure to put in some amount of work, right?
We haven't lost yet.
Might be one of these Ericas has to trade, which is less than ideal, but you do what you
Evil in
gotta
the
do.
Bumpkin.
Yeah, surely he knows that he cannot let any of these followers stick around.
It's another Bumpkin.
I guess he can go face with the Erica and triple trade.
Yeah.
Because, like, while Senpai's doing a good job of trying to answer the board, he's actually not pushed any amount of face damage. So I do like the Erica play here. And the Killer Instincts should help slow these bomb down. Plus, finally does get to rally time, so an excellent turn from Senpai.
Trying to buy back some of the tempo, try to get back into this game after
Yep.
the really aggressive start from Freeze Bomb.
Okay, so play is clear, right? We prime, RNG the Erica, and then play Celestial. Next turn, Brutal Rowan for game.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I mean, sounds easy enough for me. I mean, he might be thinking of this any other line of play, but I'm not seeing one.
Worship the primal flame.
Yep, so far so good.
Easy. Yeah.
Easy. Hard
According to
one.
plan.
Yeah. The Celestial, I mean, you gotta get rid of the amulet, right? Yep.
Yeah, you gotta pop that amulet. So
And yeah, next turn, Brutal plus Rowan.
what can Senpai do?
Let's see. Well, he's gonna get another Invoke, but not gonna have any other wards. I think the most heads-up play from him would be to pre-evo the ward, or not pre-evo, but evo the face basically, which both lets him push additional damage, and also makes it harder or less likely that Friesman would be able to clear and go for game.
How much damage does he have? He's got 5 evos. So or if he will have 5 evos if he evos the Course Master and plays both Kage.
Wait, that's actually quite a bit of damage then. That's
Yeah,
6
it's a lot.
for the Course Master.
But it's
And then
not
go
enough.
with okay, so Leod means that next turn Kagemitsu will be lethal. And yes, give
I
English
like
Course Master
this.
as
Yeah.
much health as possible. Wow, actually Friesbaum went very aggressive. He kind of like ignored the board in the mid game. Well, I mean, Drake is pretty good. It's so close to being lethal. Yeah, Brutal Dragonoid is no longer good enough. But Drake can definitely clear. I spend the Evo on it, you know, he had Evos left over for sure.
Want the world? Shut up and burn!
Okay, I like this play. It clears the Leod, which should save him from lethal. Puts Senpai down to 1, and then next turn he still has the Brutal Rowan combo. Is he at 7? Dragomitsu?
I don't think
1
he
Evo?
is.
Gets another? I mean, we're about to find out because we have no other play.
Oh,
Yes, he is!
he is!
Senpai
I did
is
not count
gonna
them all.
take
I
the
forgot to count
set.
Lieutenant. Oh, yeah.
Very, very well played from Senpai. That was honestly such a close game. He's been going super aggro.
That's sigh.
Yeah,
He's feeling
mean,
it.
He survived the turn 3 Coral Shark somehow, some way, and then eventually did find the damage. I think the key turn in that game was the Erica turn, where he was able to clear the board and actually start pressuring damage, so that later on he did have enough to close the game out.
That was really well played. Like, honestly, I was looking at a repeat of semis, or I was looking at a repeat of top 8 with the way this matchup has gone down for buff, but I'm impressed. Senpai managed to dig it out of there and find that lethal like that. That was genuinely beautiful,
Yeah.
like genuinely amazingly done. Very
One
well deserved
life to spare.
final spot.
Yeah, 1 more damage was needed for Freezebomb. And with that, we know our 2 finalists. Our finals are going to be Hishiro going up against Amir Senpai. Senpai took down Hishiro's teammate in Noir, but can he take down Hishiro himself? On top of that, we also have a card wheel for you guys. We're going to go to a quick break. You guys do not want to miss the finals. We'll be right back. welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the Edge of Paradise Cup. We started with, 8 players, and now we are down to 2. The grand finals is going to be Hishiro going up against Amir Senpai. Hishiro had a day 1 undefeated record in Swiss, now so far undefeated day 2 as well. Chris, Momo, how are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling like we
it's-
have an exciting game coming up. Chris, how about you?
Yeah. I mean, it's despite the time over here, I'm still mad hyped to see, like, especially Hishiro. He has been just sweeping his side of the bracket so far. Like, all due respect to all his opponents, but he's been calculating every single step, going through everything very smoothly. So I want to see if he can keep it up in the finals, or if this is finally where he at least drops one game in the set, right? So, gonna be hyped. Let's take a look at the 2 players one last time, so everyone can appreciate. Put in your votes in the chat. Who do you think is gonna take it between I'm Your Senpai and Hishiro?
Senpai, I was rooting for you. I was thinking of you as the Tempo Storm Killer. I liked your storyline. I've liked your plays, but you banned Forest? Why would you do this to me in particular? This is a personal attack against me.
Yeah, it's pretty
I told you
interesting.
it'd be the last time ever we would be seeing Sekuen. You didn't believe me.
It's pretty interesting because in the previous matches we've seen on top 8, it seems like the Shadow is the one that's getting banned out more often. This time around, going after the spell boost, and of course the Forest. Senpai probably watching the stream, seeing Hishiro do second combos. He wanted none of that.
Yeah, he saw that Seka versus Sword. Seka's just gonna heal a crap ton. Didn't want to deal with that. Figured his sword was going to be left up. Got that Forest out of there. Would rather
Yep,
try it
I respect
against
that.
Rune and Shadow. Yeah.
It's gonna be
I respect that.
a great set. We're going to crown our champion. Will it be Hishiro? Will it be Amir Senpai? Then on top of that, we do have a card reveal for you guys after the match. So stick around, enjoy the show.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm excited to share our card reveals. It's been a while since we've had a SVO card reveal. I feel like, it's about time that we get to see one. And of
Time to
course,
shine,
before that,
Talia.
it is time to
Until
get
the
into
end
the
of time,
finals
just
between
you and me.
Hishiro and I'm Your Senpai, and this is gonna be Rune versus Shadow.
And it is a flaming glass shadow, as we can see. There it is, flame and glass.
Well, maybe it's gonna be
Nice
a
and
Rule and I
flaming.
Shadow, because Rule and I could just again just carry the mid game. Although against Rune, it's not like he's gonna have to be clearing all these followers. We'll see how Amir Senpai chooses to play out this game.
And
Yeah,
choose
what
the
if it's against
full
the-
toss.
Oh wow. Yeah,
This was
that's
love at first
not
sight. Oh,
the best.
hey there.
On the other
Yeah,
hand, we
hands?
see
Good
no
exchange.
Isabel, no Kuon for Ishiro just yet. Obviously, drawing the Kuon as early as possible is absolutely key.
I'm not lonely.
Isabel could come
Not
down
with
later.
everyone around me.
A double Luna opener for Senpai.
Yep, gives them a turn 1, gives them something to do. Also, full legendary hand over there. We've been seeing some wallet shadows today.
Yeah. And Hishiro with the double
I
Angel's
respect it.
Blessing. But going first, not ideal, but it is going to be quite a bit of card draw so you can find that Kuon.
Greed.
Ooh.
Angel's
Going
Blessing's
second,
such a
drawing
good
the
card.
Angel's Blessing.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, especially going second is just, it's basically free. Like, it's too good.
Yeah, it basically is free real estate. For Ishiro, he could just play it here. Yeah. Just 3 play and draw 2, and does finally pick up the Kuon.
Oof. Let's go. It's pretty good retracing, actually. Picked up, get the cycle out.
I'm not lonely. Not with
Senpai
everyone
just going
around
to
me.
keep, cycling through, finding the pieces that he needs.
Devour
Just to, build up those shadows so he could spend them on Necromancy and get the Cernunos, Flame and Glass, Reanimate. And Isabel, wow.
Ooh,
Hishiro went from
Isabel,
not having
okay.
either to Kuon, and then boom, Isabel. The party's here.
We are once again chilling.
Now Hishiro's just needs to figure out what he's doing this turn in particular. He's hovering that Magi. Is he fusing? Is he drawing?
I mean, there's a lot of things in Senpai's board, but only one of those can actually pressure any damage. So the Lunas are actually not super scary. This might be a turn where you could just sort of ignore that and just focus on card draw and spell boost. Gonna play out the Mogi. At least clears the Gillenese. I guess Gillenese, to be fair, can represent 6 damage.
Yeah, that's true, especially with Evo next turn. You do not want to leave that up.
And we see the first fusion, 1 Quad Magica so far. This time around, we actually haven't seen the turn 8 spell boost OTK, but I feel like this is a game where Hishiro might be playing towards that.
Yeah, it's true. It hasn't really come up enough, or like as much as we would expect it, but I'm sure Hishiro's always been planning it, especially with this hand. Like, you have so much wiggle room here. You got the Kuon, you have the counter magic for when it's necessary.
Well, a pretty solid
looking
turn
quite good.
for Senpai. He actually finds Mr. Nunos, has the Susie to be alright, and then double Skeleton Rider to discount.
That is quite strong.
Yeah, but gonna instead choose to hold off, knowing that he might not get a lot of value out of like the Susie, Reanimate, Extra Evo. There's nothing to trade against. Gonna go with the Bell Ringer instead.
There's also the role of Serenus in this deck being
Yeah, you want the big
consideration.
damage, right?
Yeah, wanting to hold on until you're bringing back Flaming Glass, especially when you only have 1 in hand.
For sure. Gonna Evo the Luna instead, at least cash out some damage and pick up the spell. But again, just 2 attack on the board, not actually that much pressure against Hishiro.
Well, Hishiro probably wants to remove that Bell Ringer. If
Actually,
it stays around, it gets evolved. That's a little bit more than 0 damage.
I guess kind of like the Gillenese, it's like, it seems like it's not a lot, but 1 Evo would add so much damage, right?
All of a sudden.
Definitely does have ways to clear it. Chakramissum already down to 0 play points. Can also use the Chimera. It's the Luna instead though, so I guess that is going to force out the Wizard. But honestly, I guess that's fine because it's still a full clear.
Yeah, probably fine.
Using the second Wizard, interesting. That way you can inside before playing. Picked up a bird.
Fire magic?
Yeah, I like this play. Just double spell boost, full clear, and Isabel's second fusion.
Interesting that he dealt the damage onto the Bell Ringer and put damage onto the Wizard rather than keeping the 3/5.
Yeah, taking extra damage. Senpai picks up a 3rd Skeleton Rider, and I mean at this point, like,
It's Serenus time.
yeah, like, come on, the Evo discount is just too strong, right? Like, Flaming Glass, cool and all, but like, discounting triple Skeleton Rider seems like a good game plan.
Yep.
Plus, if you're a skilled player, you just draw another Cernunos later anyway.
Yeah, and Senpai hasn't actually been using too many Necromancy, so like getting up to 20 at this point is gonna take some top decks anyway.
That's a good point, yeah.
So I can appreciate
Good point.
catching it in here.
Yeah, so discount by
Lord.
2 on all the riders. Still, getting that card draw in that cycle. So yeah, I think you trade with the Susie to at least spend the 2 on her strike effect, right? He has shadows for days.
You could spend a couple using the Luna spell, steal it.
Yeah, I mean, just to spend the shadows, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Why not?
And invokes another Susie if he's running more than 1.
Yeah.
I don't remember the build.
We're gonna see how Hishiro responds, but yeah, it feels like Hishiro is definitely playing for that turn 8 OTK. So Senpai, has to respect that and find a way to win before then.
Hard keeping up with the trends.
Counter magic to start.
Yeah, Quadra Magica already fully loaded, 8 differently named spells played.
Ooh.
And I cash it in already just to ensure that he has the creation for the OTK later.
And there's another one. He'll drive back up.
Yeah.
Get the full clear. And a double spell. Pretty good.
What's on the
So
top of the
getting-
deck?
That's pretty good. That's damage. That's extra free evil.
That's free discounts.
Yeah, that is really good draw. Does have to break the shield, but I mean, you have to break it one way or another. So that's a good amount of shadows spent on Necromancy. Definitely not at 20 yet, though.
Speculations continue.
Yeah, it's a good way to break the shield so we can cash out, more damage. And Conductor just for the cycle. Riders are still kind of expensive though. One was drawn later, so 2 costs 4, 1
Detestable.
costs 5. Realistically, Senpai has to win next turn, right? Like turn 8.
Yeah.
Or Hishiro's turn 8, he's dead, so he has to set up a next turn
Yep.
lethal some way.
I mean, he's getting very close to it. This is essentially one more discount off of the Bull Raider.
I mean, maybe
With
if he
this hero.
draws another Spirit Invasion, that might
Yeah,
get in
I
there.
think that should do it. That should do
Yeah.
it.
But I mean, if he
Depending
only
on
has
heals.
the one draw, just one top deck.
Detestable.
Mm.
Okay, gets Hishiro
You
down
know-
to 12. But honestly, what if Hishiro just plays one creation then? Like, if he knows he wins on turn
That's
8,
what I'm thinking.
yeah, like, he could just be like, okay, I'll just heal back to 20, and then good luck trying to kill me.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean-
We'll need the triple.
If Senpai gets the right top deck, he's gonna be doing
maybe,
damage.
I mean, his hand is definitely set up for damage. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I also like
I
this
think
play
this might be a
because
creation.
if he creations, then he's leaving 4 damage on the board already, right? So technically he's
Mhm.
only healing to 16, basically.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless I guess he cashes out the Kuon now. And then he'll just creation now, creation next turn. Doesn't need the Isabel spell, right? I mean, I guess he still would have access to it in case he needed it. That might be the better line of play then.
Yeah.
Perish before
I
true
think you're gonna start with
Okay,
creation
just
first.
creation goes to 20. Well, I guess because he has the wizard,
Really?
he's able to still clear the 4/4. So it is basically a full heal.
You
The
Mm.
wizard putting in overtime essentially.
Going beyond
And surely the Kuon is spell boosted by 15.
water magic? That's so last week.
Let's see what the draw is
Should
for
be there right
Senpai.
now.
Can he find 20 damage? I mean, that's Nemo discount.
Oh, that's a little bit late.
I'll hex you.
A little bit late, Mr. Engine.
He's kind of close.
Yeah, it's really, really close. But I think burning the creation there was 100% the right move. Like,
I think so,
you
yeah.
suddenly went out of this complete lethal range, and now you're
I'll hex
actually fairly safe, even from insane damage burst.
Okay, gonna trade and then Krampus.
Hex is payback.
Oh man, these rule knights are not really needed.
Yeah, those are not the
This
top
is-
decks.
Yeah. I mean, he gets closer
Come
to
early.
No. Also not gonna do it.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's sad because like he actually has so much damage in hand, right? Like, triple Skeleton Rider and 2 of them cost 2 play points. It's like the dream for Shadow, but because Hishiro went up to
Yeah.
20 health, it's just not gonna be enough.
I'm good on Ishiro. I mean, he knew exactly what he was supposed to go into. Now it's up to Senpai to try to care and get back to stable
Yeah, the Luna
health
gives
total,
him
but as we all know, there is no stable health total here.
actually 2 more damage, which helps, but it's still not enough. So we're gonna just hold off 1 more turn. Maybe he can
Yeah,
get
that's-
game next turn, but we know that's
With the
it.
trends.
I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, at this point, no Kuon is needed. You can just play the creations. Just like that, Hishiro's gonna take game number 1, and with
What
that,
are
he
you
will
doing,
be
Hishiro? why you gotta eke it out like this?
he will be
Oh, you being fancy. You want to be
one
fancy.
game away from being the Edge of Paradise SVO champion.
Perish before true magic.
Oh,
This was unnecessary.
Yeah, doing the most amount of damage
Styling on
possible.
him.
Now, do we think Senpai will go to Sword? Hishiro looking
That's
nice and
good.
composed, but Senpai, you know, you can tell he's
He's
starting
got-
to crack.
Yeah, he's got that thinking face on. He's got
Yeah,
a
yeah.
mind running
took-
1,000 miles per hour.
he took down Noir, but could he also take down Hishiro in the same day?
That would be a pretty huge achievement. But so far, Hishiro's the one holding it down, undefeated to this very moment.
And he's
Shadow
not gonna go to the
Mirror.
Sword. Yeah, it's gonna be a Shadow Mirror instead.
Until the end of time.
Let's see
Just
how
you and
the
me.
cards fall out this time.
We're gonna see this time around. Rule and I would be insane, right? To just completely
Yep.
always answer the shadow boards.
Wait it.
Double Luna yet
Interesting.
again. The same
It was
opener that
love
Senpai
at
had
first
last game,
sight.
more or less.
一つになりたいですか?
Some friendly emotes, you know? There's a lot on the line in this
Good.
game here.
Not lonely.
Early Skeleton Raiders, honestly fine. You want to just have it in the hand before the first evil turn. This is a really awkward hand for Ishiro. I guess you can Cernunos and just feel right.
Just get the
Not
Susie in
a
there.
Mason, right? Because it might feel like a waste, but what else is he doing?
Yeah, it's either that or
Yeah.
pass.
Yeah, passing is well, the correct play.
He's just gonna
Doesn't feel
go
good,
pass.
but still might still be the correct play. And you know, seeing that, I wonder what Senpai thinks of Hishiro's hand now, because you can make a read that it's not particularly great.
A very interesting thing from the mulligan was that I'm Your Senpai kept the Call of the Great Arm where Hishiro tossed it. So interesting mulligan strategies where they differ there.
Well, maybe
Because
Because
they're
Hishiro
both
was
playing
looking
the
at
Flaming
the
Glass.
maybe Hishiro was looking at the mulligan guy from Tempo Storm, and I'm Your Senpai wasn't, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is his turn two?
War Luna or Bellring?
I mean, I feel like as long as he plays a card, any card, it's better than
He's doing
Hishiro's turn
better.
two, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Bellringer Angel.
Bellringer makes sense. So at least it's a bit harder to.
Okay, the dog is not the
Ooh,
worst, but
good
gonna
draw.
just go with the blessings. Yeah, pick up the card drop. Picking
Finding
up
a
the
Rule
rule in it. Yeah, that's a great draw for sure. Tempest is
That might be
a
the difference maker.
great target. You know, great way to use that Luna.
I'm glad you're here.
And gonna use the call.
I'm
Get
not
his Luna
lonely.
back, right?
Not with everyone around me.
As
Yep.
great as Rulonite is most of the time, it's actually kind of awkward with this Spellringer. Because you can't instantly trade him and then play this spell to finish out the clear.
Right.
You gotta
Yeah.
do something else.
We're
That's
gonna
true.
start with the dog. You're right, the Flaming Glass.
The forbidden amalgamation.
Yep.
Yep, get that in there.
Flame Glass now in sync. I'm just gonna play the Rulonite to pop his
Yeah,
shield
it
on
makes
the thing
sense.
down.
Just play it Rule Knight as early as possible. It just gets better and better over time. Well, the Bellringer survived. So I wonder if is there a world where you evo it? I guess not against the Bane, right? Feels bad.
Probably not.
Oh, he's doing it.
Doing it. Doing it.
I guess
I
we
can
are in this world.
appreciate it.
Yeah. It is
I'm not lonely.
4 damage.
Not with everyone around me.
Surely he's going face with that, right? Gets the evil point right back. Good way to spend shadows on necromancy. Ding dong punch. Thinking about it.
I mean,
I feel
where
like
else
after
but
you
the
evo,
base?
yeah, after you spend the evo, I feel like you're kind of just committed to it, right?
Yeah. You gotta push, you gotta push.
And you can end the turn by either retracing the past or Krampus. I guess Krampus it is.
On Luna, yeah.
何を?
There's his flame
Another
left.
flaming glass.
Okay, Hishiro's first evil turn. He can opt to go for the Cernuno Susi play if he wants. But honestly, like, he's got the 1/1 Bane Dog. Good enough to answer the board already. Picks up yet
He'll
another
down
Luna.
a lot. Oof.
time
You're gonna
for
trade
Rulonite
just to get the
once?
Rule Knight spell. Yeah, interesting. I mean, the Rule Knight spell is just so absurd, right?
Yeah. It gets the spell in, it gets that little heal from the retrace. Now,
Yeah,
he rolled the 1, but it's something.
it is still a heal at least. So I guess the board is essentially dealt with. How else does he want to spend the 4 play ones this turn? Feels like a pretty even game so far. Like, neither player has a big, significant lead.
Another rule not coming in.
Okay, and then needs the dog. We all right the Rule Eye, and then end with the spell.
There
amount
we
of pressure,
go.
yeah.
I like it.
That's some good stats.
Now, I guess the big difference here is that Amir Senpai has not 1 but 2 Skeleton Riders that he can discount. Hishiro has not drawn a single one. But I mean, Hishiro's going to be playing for the Cernuno's Flame and Glass Reanimate anyway.
Yeah.
For
Because
sure.
this Rule Knight is still just putting in so much work.
Answer the queries.
Okay, no evil needed. Ooh.
Ooh, that kind of
That
hurts.
Yeah.
doesn't feel good.
That does not feel good. One turn was burned. But you know, at least he drew at the other one, right? So,
Yeah.
but recall the Great
Not
Iron,
all win cons are dying.
he can get another one, technically.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Okay,
Got
so
it back.
just spend those shadows, right?
Yeah. Gilnelius Evo Luna?
Yep, just stay right back up 3 evos. Might be using the Evo effect to just clear one of these, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, not like he needs to drain or anything like that.
Continues to resound.
And then trades against the main dog.
Not with everyone around me.
Okay, so must be getting close to 20 shadows spent on Necromancy, right?
Yeah, he's dealt Luna out twice.
I guess I'll try not to give too many of the destroyed Ruin Eyes over to Shiro's side as well. Trying to keep track of that before the removal effect goes fully active.
Yeah, pretty heads up of him.
Happily ever after.
I still hopes, just, you know, some good card draw. Spirit
That's a
Invasion.
good
I mean,
pickup.
double Invasion is great, but like I was saying, Hishiro has not actually drawn a Skeleton Rider.
Scream.
But it does get up those necromancies for the Ceranos in hand.
It's still good, yeah.
Continues
Maybe he
to
top decks
resound.
the Rider any second now anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this. Just go for as much card draw as possible. The Rider must be coming soon.
Happiness be with
There he
There it
is.
is.
Yeah. Okay, now he can play the game.
Still not too late.
How much damage does he want to cash out this turn then?
The aggro soul of me with just Spirit Invasion, Evo face.
I mean,
Yep.
it's a juicy
Just
play
go
for sure.
it.
Yeah, it is good damage, certainly. Maybe that is what he's thinking
You
about.
We're running out of
Yeah, we
time,
gotta-
Shiro. Make a choice.
Uh-oh.
Thinking about it. Could just be playing more Rule Knight. I mean, playing Rule Knight never feels bad, right? Yeah, even
I mean,
pretty
it's
big
big
rule line
boy.
right there.
Yeah, that one has 8 attack.
Scream.
Goes evil to face, which I think is correct, especially after Down the Rider.
Hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
pushes
and
damage.
you can still do the
He's got
Spirit
good
Invasions
burst.
next turn.
Yeah, it's better to like keep him as a secret, right?
Yeah. The sudden
Well,
OTK.
He only top deck
It's
means
kind of a
that
surprise.
Senpai can go right back to 20 health though.
Yep.
And I mean, he has Cernunos, double Rider, so in terms of burst, Senpai definitely has more damage, right?
Hmm.
Maybe. I really love to know how much necromancy
He
he's
must
spent.
be so close, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta be.
Yeah, gonna go with the Gilneas.
Gonna heal.
That's another one.
Press it,
Ooh.
retrace.
It's funny, like the Gilneas, you know, turn 10 effect is so insane, but like Gilneas herself is just good enough, right?
Hex you.
Yeah. Get that 6 back.
Like that order. Get another extra little heal in there.
All the way up to 20. And the dog is fine, it's just 1 damage. It's gonna clear the Bellringer though, at least. So how much damage does Ishiro have then is the question. 16 shadows, enough for double invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely gotta
Luck right
bust out the
there.
calculator, do some math.
Yeah, still don't know how many necromancies are used on either side. It's numbers.
Yeah, surely they're both getting close though. I mean, I have to
Yeah.
imagine if Ishiro double invasion, he is at 20, right?
I'm not.
Hmm.
What else has he used it on?
The Steel
The
Hopes,
Rule and
that's
Ice.
2. And then, yeah, Rule Knight, boom, there you go.
Hmm.
Okay, Hishiro, potentially, you know, if he wins this, he will be the Magic Paradise champion.
First time in a while.
It looks like he's cashing out. Rider
Alright,
down
well.
to 5 play points.
So that means right now we're at, what? 11 damage per evo? 12?
Yeah. The thing is, if he
Not quite there.
cashes out, but he doesn't win the game, then Senpai did pick up yet another Gilneas for more life gain. Plus, I mean, Senpai is gonna get a bunch of damage too. Okay, so
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is
Gonna be very back and
6,
forth.
10, 11, 12, 15?
Testable.
Is there enough time to Evo? Not gonna Evo.
Nope.
Enough to.
Okay.
Another. I think that's the third one, right?
I mean, if he wants to heal, he's got Blessing, Gilneas. That's so much life back. Question is, how much damage does Senpai have?
Just don't know. Constant. Oh, that.
Oh.
Oh, you'd rather
Oh,
have
that
it in the
hurts.
opposite order.
That hurts. That hurts so much. The second time that Senpai burns a key card off the top of the deck. Like we
I
see
mean, the
Handler's
Luna
Blood with
is
no hand.
still enough to get him to 20, but
Yeah. Like
you got
Handler's
enough
Blood with no
damage.
hand and Shadow with like 10 cards in hand at all times. What does it play for Senpai? Clock is ticking. He needs this win. How defensive does he want to play? Just get as much life as possible?
I'm wondering if he's got
Waiting?
lethal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, right?
Yeah,
it looks
because
like
if you
he
play the Luna,
doesn't.
you're definitely at 20. Ceranos, get your Flaming Glass. Evolve the Flaming Glass, that's 9. Plus 1 Raider, I think you can only play 1. So it's 1 off.
And maybe, I guess, by doing his line, he gets a bunch of HP, and the next turn he will go for game?
That seems to be the setup. You can see Senpai is
With you.
just anticipating potential success over here.
That dog is still there. Okay,
Always
so
has been, always will be.
surely Hishiro gets Flaming Glass, right? Mr. Nunes now?
Surely.
Happiness be with you.
But, I mean, that's only 7 damage. He's missing
Wouldn't
more
the
than that.
Ceranos actually... Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't it just get Raider at this point?
Oh, because Raider is original 8 play. Yeah, you're right, right?
Yeah.
Flaming Glass is 7, Raider is originally 8. So meaning that last turn when Hishiro used that, he essentially used in like all his damage. So how does he plan to win the game now is the question. The double Gilneas heal actually keeping Senpai in the game. I didn't think that Gilneas would have this much impact, but
Yeah, honestly.
it's actually been so strong, such a swing in life. I like that play
Nice.
because he doesn't need the extra heal, so you can use the Evo effect to just click the bell ringer. Goes up to 20, gets a little bit of chip damage, but now I don't see how Hishiro's gonna have more damage. Spirit Invasion, surely that has to be game.
Oh yeah, that's so much
there's-
damage.
There's no
Here we
way
go.
it's not enough. Alright, let's do it.
Alright,
Start.
Senpai.
The forbidden
Gotta
There
execute.
you
Flaming
go.
Glass. I feel like we
Run
haven't
it
even seen
down.
Flaming Glass the whole tournament, right?
amalgamation.
Yep, this is the first.
That's 10, that's 12 with the Evo. That's double Skeleton Rider, plus the extra
Oh.
damage from the effect. Yeah,
OTK
correct
damage.
sequencing to make sure he gets all the damage. Just like that, Amir Senpai is going to tie up the series, and we are going to a third and final game.
Oof. As is fitting of the finals, Ishiro was finally stopped in his tracks, although not for good just yet.
Ishiro has looked unstoppable the entire day, but will it be Amir Senpai who's going to dethrone
Yeah.
him?
Will it be Hishiro the undefeated or Amir Senpai, the Tempo Storm Killer?
Oh my god.
And it all comes down to his rally swordcraft. Hishiro did so well with
Ooh.
Forest the entire day. Maybe it was a really smart play to actually ban it out.
Yeah. I mean, Forrest is good. I
Yeah.
can understand why you'd want to ban it.
Yeah.
And Senpai's been playing really well with the sword too, so
Yeah, like
Can be a
seeing
little
Hishiro
scary.
handle the sword match as Forest, like that just looked too clean.
I think there's something pretty funny about Hishiro, like, quick tossing the Ceranos, just like really quick, not even gonna reconsider this mulligan, and then immediately getting one right back.
Oh, that's pretty funny. Honestly, this is really good though. Like Luna opener, 2-drop, Ruinai, and Blessing going second. I don't know if you could ask for a better hand.
yeah, legit.
He's got like a little bit of everything you can want for. you could ask for. For Senpai's hand, no 1-drop.
Ooh.
Skeleton Rider, okay, that's the only
Rider
thing you
pickup.
could ask for. Beyond that is like, okay, also give me a Rider so I can discount it. Game is like, boom, here it is.
I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, this Rulanai, I think, is about to put in so much work.
Oh, overtime for sure.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be Rulanai gaming for
Yeah,
the next couple of
this
clips,
is
I
like
feel.
the matchup where Rule and I just hard carries for sure. Like
Ding
whether you
dong,
draw it or
here
not.
to slow it down a little.
Oh.
And
Always proven to be
Gillenese
effective.
for some life gain. We saw, you know, how much Gillenese did last game to keep Senpai alive. So it might end up being some sort of crazy sword OTK, right? Like Agamitsu's flying, Erika's slinging, something like that.
Hmm.
The day of
You're gonna go with
might be
you early,
something like that.
Leon? Honestly,
Okay,
doing
like
really slow on the rally count. Not played like any like multiple followers just yet.
Yeah, that's true.
Lesson
As
is
long as you see a
available.
top deck for the Musketeers, we're off to a good start.
Yeah, maybe just comes out to like one Musketeers that is left unchecked, and Aramis can definitely win the game on his own.
Okay.
But I mean, he has to draw Musketeers for that to be a thing first.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Well, it's
see.
all on the
Plus
top.
he's going second.
It's
Seems
too
so
good.
So
It's-
obvious.
It's literally
Yeah,
just
yeah.
free, right?
Pretty sure this normal it'll go first a lot.
Oh, he gets
What I
another
feel.
Gillenese.
Now the rule 9, keep the trades going.
Yeah, like that's exactly what you want to see, right? Rule nice to clear the board, Gil needs to stay alive. He definitely has the tools to deal with the stored aggression, both in terms of like heal to answer the burst, and board clear with the Rule and I.
Fortunately, he
Mm.
is going to go up to 9 cards on this Leah proc, killing the Rulanai. So he will be burning a card at the start of next turn.
Hey.
Oh no, he's evolving to get around
Or
it. Look at
not.
That's
Or
a
not.
that's a free shadow, yeah.
Solitude.
that.
Okay, we're gonna see if Senpai is going to ignore that Rule and I or try to answer it somehow. And Admiral, I think it's good because, like I was saying, he really needs to work on the rally count. And Admiral's gonna put in some amount of work here. Followed up by Agamitsu.
Yep, Kage.
Yeah, so
Got a
the
good board.
pre-Evo was actually really smart by Hishiro then. Buys him the
Mhm.
Rule and I.
And
makes it very
save
awkward to
that
clear.
spirit invasion, you know?
Actually, that would have been a sad card to burn, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first Evo, or second Evo turn for Hishiro here. He's got Cernunos, likely not gonna be going anytime soon. Double Gil and Ease. Never too early to go back to 20 health.
True.
So long as you're not going crazy overheal, yeah.
Yeah. Especially knowing that he has a second one, right? It's like your opponent might expect, like, okay, he's gonna have one Gil and Ease. The second one might be extra. They're using the effect to clear. And has the Rule and I spell to get a full board clear here.
Let's go.
Scream.
Choose to
they
keep the
are.
Kagemitsu alive, but yeah, at this point, definitely better to just clear it. And then still has play points left over to play a 2-drop. A great turn from Hishiro. All because he pre-evoed the Runa on the previous turn. Well, no Monochrome Endgame or Musketeers for Senpai. So definitely
That
missing
hurts.
out on those like big curved turns. We know he's at rally 7. So maybe it's another Cat Admiral to get to rally 10?
Possibly.
This does clear things out.
Honestly, his hand's not looking too good.
Yeah. He
And-
has ways to clear, but it's like, what else are you doing, right?
Yeah, like at least try and work towards the rally, I guess. But the evil point, you know, he's going first. It is his last one. He can get some more later on, but this is a resource he's spending. Yeah, it is going to be Cat Admiral Evo. It just makes sense.
Understandable.
Ishiro's board is so annoying for him though because he's got both like the double ward or war with shield and a drain follower.
Steady.
Yeah, you want to pop the shield
Yep.
here.
And I guess
Swing
use the
in.
spell to clear.
Now's my time to shine.
Yeah. Well,
Annihilate
a
them.
really good turn. Like, solid enough, right? Clear the board, get to rally 10, get the invoke.
Ooh.
Doesn't have a lot of cards left over. And the thing is that,
Theranos burned at the top.
but, I mean, Stream Diffusion just, like we were saying, all it takes is one rule and eye to just completely handle the mid game.
The engine starts going crazy.
Yeah, in terms of like cards, like, you know, Senpai has almost nothing left, and he drew a Court Master, while Hishiro has so many resources to spare. All he has to do is just spam in Rune Eye. Don't have to overthink it.
Gotta put that in your CV. I got it. I got my wins.
Detestable.
For Rule and
Oh,
I.
actually, I like this play by
Denying the
ignoring
draw?
Yeah, he's nice to draw.
Oh,
Actually,
that's very
pretty
good.
smart. Well, it's time to slam Victoria's Blader.
I think it is.
I mean, what
Be very
else?
annoying.
It's something. It's actually kind of terrible against the Skeleton Rider, but
Yeah, wouldn't it be
yeah.
better to just like Leon Taketsumi?
yeah, I guess. Oh
Like,
man,
it's not
Senpai,
great,
Yeah.
but it's something.
he's just running out of resources. Like a Royal Summons would go a long way here.
Oh, yes.
And Hishiro's sitting at 20 health with a Gilneas in hand.
Yeah, she was already aiming down
Look
sight
at
anyway.
Victoria's
I
Blader, but-
respect the
Yeah.
Victoria's Blader, like, on the hope that it might survive. It's technically good
It's the best you
against-
can do.
Yeah, like,
It
technically
is
it's good
hard
against
to warn.
the Ruin Knights, right? But
Yeah.
Skeleton Rider is just such a good answer to it.
Yep.
And there's the Flame and
Ooh.
Glass as well.
We appreciate that.
Okay, so
What are we looking at here, Shiro?
I'm looking at Skeleton Rider for sure, right?
Yeah.
Just, I guess,
Just
what else?
What else?
Yeah. And I don't, maybe it doesn't even matter at this point.
To that extent.
Yeah, I mean, like, he could Reaper, good way to spend shadows, get that free evo. Sure, thinking here, but this is definitely his game. Senpai's early game was less than stellar, and Ichiro had great plays thanks to the Rule and Eye.
Yeah, especially compared to how he's been just making his way through this entire bracket so far.
We're gonna start with the
Sure shows
Reaper.
no signs of slowing down.
Is he not gonna go for the Skeleton Rider?
He
Maybe
can.
No, yeah,
Oh,
okay, I was
there
gonna
you
say,
go.
yeah,
Okay,
come
okay,
on,
okay,
it's
okay.
too good, it's way too good there.
Queuing up
Chain
the
of
powers,
effect.
making sure everything hits.
Yeah, it's
Boom,
just
boom,
a
boom.
nice cleanup, good amount of face damage,
Very good.
and Krampus, just why not, right?
Yeah. Damage.
Down to 8.
Okay, Senpai. I mean, Erika would be good, but
Not now.
it's not remotely close enough. The Reaper, last words effect is, you know, in effect. So I guess all I can do is really, like, try and set up.
Let's get this party
And
started.
Taketsumi to clear the Rider. Holding the evil coin for
He's free.
Erika. Makes sense. I think
Yeah.
that's his best play by far. But is it good enough is the question.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I think Theranos just
unfortunately,
comes down and this is rough
time.
Weird
time.
Invasion.
Weird Invasion.
Or Nunos. I guess just play Flame and Glass.
Flaming Glass
Yeah,
coming
sure.
through.
We retreat.
Oh, look at
That's
that.
gonna be it. Hishiro's gonna
Hishiro.
take it over. I'm your senpai. And Hishiro is your Shadowverse Open Edge of Paradise Cup champion.
Absolutely incredible showing by Hishiro here. Look at this man winning the entire SVO, running it through the entire gauntlet, undefeated, dropping a game today for the entire day as well.
Yeah, he looks
Your
so
senpai put up a
solid.
great fight. So yeah.
Hishiro looked so strong the entire day. He only had one game where like he was kind of shaky, and it wasn't even like he played bad. He just like he spent his combo. Amir Senpai had answers, and like that's it. Next game, play clean, take the entire tournament, undefeated in Swiss, undefeated day 2. Ishiro is your champion.
Absolute congratulations. Looked really solid. I mean, his first set of games was over in a flash, and then second set similarly fast, and then this finals was it was really close, honestly. Like until we started to see like the breaks starting to come out here and there, like the lack of pieces found on Senpai's side, it really felt insanely close too. So really good finals as well. Take a look at the bracket and see how we've gone throughout this day and the journey that Ishiro has gone through to get to his position, having to go through Mana Surge's stalls at the very start, very fast game there, and then he actually had to face off against Charm, another Mana Surge member in the top 4, so just the Mana Surge gauntlet, and finally in the finals against I'm Your Senpai, where he finally took the win and became the champion.
I bet the expansion playmat is going to be so pretty too. This is such a pretty themed expansion. I bet it'll be
Sure, you
really
better
nice.
upload it.
Well, hopefully Ishiro will show it off with his trophy as well. Plus, don't forget, Endless Clout. Not that he needs anymore in the Shadowverse scene. Everybody knows Ishiro by now. Again,
Yeah.
I mean, I've said it 1,000 times, but he really is just one of the best in the West. Such a consistent player. A lot of respect for him. Well done, Ishiro.
Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to show?
I'm ready.
Chat, what's coming up next, Mini? We've got the card reveal here for you.
We have an exclusive card reveal for you guys from the Shadowverse Open. Let's take a look. It's a Haven Legendary.
All right, let's let Momo take the honors. You're the special guest today as well, right?
Thank you, thank you. We've got Vajra Champion. Whenever you play an amulet, you'll subtract 1 from the cost of this card. It is a 7-cost 5/5. It's got Rush and Clash, banish the enemy follower. So huge removal tool, big follower that you could potentially be playing for 0. I'm glad this card does not have Storm on it.
That's the first thing she said when we first saw this card.
Yeah, because imagine we've been there before.
I mean, there's some things in
Yeah,
Shadowverse cards that just are always good, and like, being able to get cost reduced is one of those things. Looks expensive at 7, you end up playing it for 1 or 0. It's probably going to be pretty solid. And I've always been a fan of the amulets in Haven, so any type of amulet support is always welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm also a big fan of amulet decks in Haven. Currently playing one in Shadowverse Evolve right now too. So it's a good time. It's a good time, and it's definitely this whole upcoming mini is looking very exciting. So it's gonna be a pretty big shift, I think, in the meta with some of the cards that we've seen. But I'm still looking forward to exploring a lot of the new decks, a lot of new strategies, and seeing what the players come up with as well. Now, of course, as we sign off, I just want to give a big shout out to Luis and Momo. As you can probably tell, been running through this the entire night and slowly dying as we go through the night. Even my voice now is also giving off, so please give some love to these beautiful people right here. Check them out on Twitter, give them a follow. Luis has been grinding on social media as well. Just give them some love, give them all the appreciation. Also, big shout outs to the production for running with us and dealing with us throughout the entire day, entire night, depending on where we are. So nothing but love to the team, nothing but amazing respect for everyone involved.
Any final words, Momo?
Yeah, it's just been so fun and nostalgic being back. It's been a great time. Lots of fun, quick games. As Different Fight mentioned, the Momo Jelly, the tag below me, that's where you can find me on both Twitter and Twitch. So I hope to see you guys around. And definitely check out those two as well. They've been putting in the work, for sure.
Yeah, it was great working with you again, Momo. I hope we see more of you in the future. From here at the Shadowverse Open, we hope you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll catch you guys next time.